Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday to you. Welcome back to J is for Justice. We are on day 8 of the Adam Montgomery trial that he has not shown up for yet. But I just have to say, he looks forward to refuting those offensive claims. Sure. Cleta says, hit the thumbs up. Jay is worth it. I am. I'm worth a thumbs up. Come on, y'all. I want to first start out by thanking Miss Meg P for becoming our latest Patreon. She joined Patreon last night and I got a notification on my phone and I was like, aw, we've got a new Patreon, and that is Meg's Mega. Thank you for joining. If you are a Patreon or a member of the channel, you have access to our Discord. If you need any help, let us know in chat. We are willing to walk through it with you. We are also in the process of making a video that will walk you through how to join Discord. So we want to make this as easy as possible. We know it's a little confusing. It took us a while to get used to it ourselves. So if you are new to Discord, we are here to help, just to let you know. So thanks for coming back to day 8. This is a tough case to follow. I know it's taken its toll on us all week, so I'm going to try to make Friday as pleasant as possible. As you can see in our bars above, we have not made our goals this week, but that's okay. That's okay. I still have a surprise for you guys at lunch. So we're going to play a little trivia at lunch for Friday. And let's see if we can make one of those bars go across all the way. But I have some merch giveaways. We're going to do some trivia. You guys are going to have to earn it, but that's okay. It'll be fun. So look forward to lunchtime with you guys today. What else we got going on? Everybody who won on the Wheel of Friday, your gifts just went out. Sorry for the delay. What else? Oh, big stuff. Okay, so check this out. If you followed the laundries, whether it was with me or not, Petito, everybody followed Petito's case. But the laundries depositions have just been released this week. And I'm going to do a complete read through. I've got Potato on board. We're going to do a read through. It's literally going to be like a role playing read through because it's transcripts of their depositions. But I read Roberta's last night, and let me tell you, it tells a story of how they met Gabby. And in my opinion, Roberta lets out some information. And I feel like Roberta was jealous of Gabby and Brian's relationship. I think Roberta and Brian had a very strange relationship before Gabby came along. I think Brian was Roberta's little sidekick. McKenna will help you, honey. We will definitely help you. If you're in Discord and you find the merch channel or help desk, any of those will help you. Or you can send an email to the team email. We will definitely help you. Anybody, any way we can help, we will. So just ask, please. So yeah, the Roberta one, very disturbing. She got mad about a pie with Gabby. She, I guess, was pissed because she made a pie and no one said nice pie. It says a lot about Roberta and her thing. Then we have Christopher's, who I haven't read yet. And then we also have Stephen Bertolino's. I don't know, Lizzie. I'm thinking there was something. Good morning, Melissa. Thank you, Micro Kimmy. We'll get to that in just a second. So we have Christopher's, and then we have Joe Petito and Nicole Schmidt's, but I haven't read those yet. All I read was Roberta's. Good morning, just Samantha. What thread do you use to chat in? I said good morning in Adam and Merch. The Sleuth Saloon is the main channel. Yeah, she got pissed about a pie. She admitted that. She admitted that what him and Gabby used to do was like go to the store, go shopping, go out to eat. And then they asked what she did with Brian before Gabby came along. And she said the same things. Oh, we'd go shopping and we'd go out to eat. And I'm like, oh my God, Gabby took her place. She didn't like Gabby. I can tell you that right now. And she called her Gabrielle. I loved Gabrielle. I hope that Brian B is gone. I feel like he was way, way close with Mom. Okay, so Micro Kimmy, I was talking about the OneDrive with Brian Koberger in one of my videos. Meg P, how dare you put that pie emoji? No, I'm never going to get that out of my mind. Portland pie. I can't. I think of pie crust now. I can't. But anyways, I had talked about the OneDrive from Microsoft, the warrant that came out in Brian Koberger's case, and Kimmy sent me screenshots of her OneDrive. And it seems to be like a Google Drive, like a storage. So he probably had pictures, videos, documents, God knows what else. He could have a lot of stuff in there. I hear some audio in the courtroom. We still have about 5 minutes to go. Good morning, Teresa. Yes, I did. Oh, yeah, they were going to do it. Well, that was, I think, okay. So then that was in Bertolino's. They told Bertolino if he did a press conference publicly with the Laundries that they were going to arrest Roberta and do a perp walk. So he didn't do it. So then Bertolino was asked, why do you think they were going to arrest Roberta? Because they didn't arrest Roberta, right? We know she didn't get arrested. So he's like, well, I think they didn't want me to do a press conference because the Northport police thought that Brian's mom was Brian and mistaked him. And they didn't want me to talk about the fumbles between Northport and the FBI. So I'm thinking, wow. So they threatened to arrest her just because they didn't want their fumbles. You know, Northport were total clowns. They didn't want that exposed at that time in a press conference. So they said, we're going to perp walk her ass if you do it. So while we were watching all of this go down, we didn't know that pretty much the FBI was threatening Stephen Bertolino that Roberta was going to be perp walked. Oh my God. It's nuts. And then there's two other depositions, and I don't know who they are yet. They're two men. So I have no clue, but we're going to go through them all because we need to know the story. We need to know what happened. I had no idea when they met Gabby, about them moving to Florida, like when that happened. Roberta tells all in her deposition. She tells the timeline of the story. She also talks about Nicole Schmidt and why she blocked her and all this stuff.
Roberta
is a piece of work. So hopefully this weekend you guys will tune in and join us for that read through. It's a lot of pages. Can you imagine if she got the perp walk though? Oh my God. Where would they have perp walked her from? Her front door? And then she talks about the people. Oh yeah. She also talks about the people being outside her house. She talks about the people being outside her house and that she was scared. But thank you, Kimmy, for following up with me on that OneDrive. I appreciate you, and I appreciate your super chat. Thank you. Let's get it rolling today. So I hope you guys have your trivia hats on for lunchtime. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Dude, I would have paid to see that shit too. Scott H. Good morning, Michelle. Good morning, everyone coming in. If you haven't hit that like button, please do. We have Brian Koberger. The rest of the month, we have him on the 28th, I think. And we have James Crumbly hearing on the 21st. James Crumbly wants a change of venue. Who thinks James Crumbly will get a change of venue? Put a 1 in chat if you think James Crumbly will get a change of venue. Put a 2 if you don't think he will. Because I'm too lazy to put a poll up for James Crumbly. Put a 1 if you think he'll get a change of venue. Put a 2 if you don't think he will. Denise, I know you're from there. My daughter-in-law, listen to this, was on the radio this morning. You guys want to hear? This is what gave me the idea for trivia. I'll play a little bit of the beginning. It gave me an idea of what to do today. See a lot of 2s. I don't think he will either because him and Jennifer, when they were together, tried to get a change of venue. And the judge said no. Listen.
96.9 Week FM. It's Logan and Sadie in the morning. Hello, Cindy in Englewood.
Good morning.
Good morning. She's ready, Sadie. I think we got a winner. I can feel
I
it.
hope so. I want to give away some money.
We got $1,000 on the line, Cindy. 60 seconds to answer 10 trivia questions correctly. If you do so, you win $1,000. If you get a question wrong or say pass, we'll come back to it if time remains. And make sure
Can you guys hear it okay? She does pretty good. She doesn't win, but she does good.
After we ask the first question, the game begins now. Are you ready, Sydney?
I hope so. Okay, let's go.
Are you ready, Taze?
I am.
Question number 1.
In the story of Snow White, how many dwarves are there? 7. Yes. Which geometric shape has 4 equal sides? Yes.
Can I get a
Who
venti
was
iced
Tanya
mocha?
Harding's skating
And
rival?
ordering a coffee.
And that's it.
What did AOL stand for?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. What is
She didn't know AOL.
study of?
Weather.
Yes. Pearls are found in what animal?
A clam.
A clam.
Flamboyance is the term for a group.
Oysters, yes. Go on.
Okay, thank you. A flamboyance is the term for a group of these long-legged tropical birds. What are they?
Flamingo.
Yes. How many colors are there in a rainbow?
5.
No. There was a farmer who had a dog. What was his name, O?
Bingo.
Yes. What color are Smurfs?
Blue.
Yes. Okay, circling back. Who was Tanya Harding's skating rival?
Oh my gosh, I don't know.
Okay.
That's what got her. Nancy Kerrigan got her. And I'm like, oh, that was so before your time. And then it was a group chat with my daughter. My daughter's like, I would have known that. I just watched a movie with that in it. I'm like, what? So she lost on AOL. I'm like, how did you not know AOL? She sounds nervous. And then Nancy Kerrigan, she just didn't know. But yeah, Cindy from Englewood. And then orders a coffee. I'll take a mocha. I'm like, what are you doing? I bet that woke her up, though. That'll always put you on your toes. I know, right, Denise? You would have gotten them all. Mm-hmm. Wasn't that crazy, too, if you think about the Nancy Kerrigan thing? That was brutal, man. Good morning, Becky. Hello, Jammers and Angie B. Stephanie. If I missed anybody, good morning. I see all of you. Too many to name. So we'll do a little bit of our own trivia at lunch. AOL, it's America Online. America Online is AOL. You've got mail. My God, some of you don't know AOL. Welcome. You've got mail. Goodbye. How could we forget? Good morning, Shell. I do see you, Meg. Hi, Robin. Good morning, Leslie. Good morning, Laurel. Hello, Bridget. Bridget, Survey 319. I'm so glad you're here. Yeah, we've been covering this from the beginning. I'm glad you're here. You've got mail. Good morning, Pup. Speaking of pups, it's a little chilly here today. I had to put Bella's sweater on her this morning. I put a sweatshirt on and she put a sweatshirt on. You never knew what the letters stood for. Wow. Bridget Survey 319. You've been Bridget Survey 319 for like 5 years now. Teresa, I still use my AOL email address. I didn't even know they still worked. What was your first AOL screen name? My first AOL screen name was Red Wings Rule. It was like REDWNGSRUL. Stupid. I didn't know what else to make it. That was my very first screen name ever. Yeah. Can you get off the phone? Or can you get off the internet? I need to use the phone. Or get off the phone. I need to use the internet. What is Florida chili? Well, Buttercup, it's about 60. Maybe high 50s. And remember when someone would call, because we didn't, like if you didn't disable call waiting, I did chat rooms, absolutely. I had punter programs and I'd punt people out of the chat rooms. That was bad. I was kind of a little troll. I was a little bit of a troll on AOL. I'd go in the punter chat rooms and say, I want a punter. And they would send you a punter program. And then you could, when people were mean to you, you could punt them out of the chat room and kick them off. We are bright-eyed and bushy-tailed today. How did you know?
You're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
That's Arizona chili. That's one thing I've never felt is that dry. I actually did. I went to Vegas in January and I thought I was going to be able to lay out and it was cold. I'm making you feel old, Teresa, because we are getting old, but that's okay. We can get old together. Angie X 911 dispatcher. ASL. It'd be like 23, female, Michigan. That is so funny, from 1998. Teresa says it's 20 degrees here. Where are you, Teresa? Jay was a troll before being a troll was cool. You trolled. Why did we do that, Scott? Like, it was all new to us and we're trolling. What does that say about us? The Michigan chat room. Used to go in the Michigan chat room. And then we started to discover there was sickos out there. And my first experience finding a sicko was private room diapers on AOL. Private room diapers was adult babies. Do y'all remember adult babies? They were on Jerry Springer too. These people would go in this adult baby private room diapers and they would, give me a hot flash. They would say like, baby looking for mommy and shit. And they had like websites where you could buy like adult cribs and diapers and pacifiers and shit. Frag. And they would be in these rooms and they'd be like, 50-year-old baby looking for a mommy. And we'd be in there like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? It was it was private room diapers. It's no joke, man. And they'd post pictures of themselves in like onesies and stuff. Yeah, it's fucked up. It's like, that was my first experience seeing that people were fucking weird. That there were weirdos outside of my bubble. When I found out adults wore diapers. Jay, you talked about Kid Rock going to drink clubs. Yes, White Boy Rick, absolutely. He was just arrested not too long ago in Miami.
Already? Okay, I think we just need Attorney Agati.
Jammers!
Do you want to grab him?
Private room diapers. So then we'd start typing in private room, like just see what the hell else was in there. Like type in random things and see if there's private chat rooms. Yeah, it was disturbing. Mikey, well, how about after we've been talking about hormones, I got an ad for mustaches. Yeah, Jerry Springer let us know that there was a bunch of fucking weirdos outside our bubble. There are some weird motherfuckers out in this world. Jess is going to be in court today too, you guys. Just so you know, she is on her way. She said she'd be there shortly. So let's get that up there. So we've got Jess today. But yeah, I got like this mustache and it says grandma's hair remover. And I'm like, really? Can't wait to see what I get now, Mikey. They never will understand, Bridget. Never. And then if someone would call you and you'd be like, oh shit, I'm frozen. And then all of a sudden you'd get disconnected and someone would be ringing in. Allison, no, he just said he unclogged it and that Adam was pacing outside the bathroom door while he unclogged it. They didn't ask him what was in the drain. They didn't ask for shit. I think she can tell us their age ranges. Yeah, what age they look. That's a good question. When she gets in here, ask her that. If I forget. Thank you, Scout. Man, last 2 days spent 8 hours on the road going back and forth to doctors trying to listen. Today I'm chilling and watching all day in bed. Enjoy, Brooke. Relax. Be in your spot, woman. Be in your spot.
You want a cough drop?
Are you guys ready for Sweet Caroline? Bum, bum, bum. Good morning, Diane in Canada. We're going to get some ASMR water soon. Get cozy. Good morning, Atlas. Thank you, Shell. Coming in hot with a super chat. Coming in hot.
Coming in hot.
Just like the fajita. You guys are all fajitas. You're hot fajitas. Thank you for the cup of coffee, Shell. I love it. They didn't ask about the smell. They didn't ask about what came out of the drain. They didn't ask anything. Just if they just kind of confirmed he unclogged it. Have a great day, Ryan. You take care of yourself as well. Scout. Some people don't like it.
Everybody does that. It's okay.
But the people that don't like it, they don't stick around, right?
Bring it all.
Because we bring it all in here. Yes, the weapons trial, a lot more stuff came out. It is very interesting to watch. It tells a whole different story, basically. Excuse me. Oh, look what I got for breakfast. A donut. Siba, who's that? Alexei Navalny? Who's that? Lip juice. Sybil says the prosecution hasn't been asking enough tough questions at all. I don't think so either. All they're doing is basically going round and round in circles about their plea deals, right? I Googled it and it says America's Broadcasting System. How the fuck you get that from AOL? Maybe that's what it's called now. AOL. Who owns AOL nowadays? Shell says, come on down.
All rise for the jurors.
Caroline. Bum, bum, bum.
Stand up.
Oh, we've got feedback already. Oh, shit. Thought we did.
Stand up!
Hey, Nay, 14 months. Thank you, Nay, for being a supporter. Happy Friday.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated.
Sit down. Sit down. Bitch, sit down.
Date is ready. You may call your next witness.
Yes, sir.
This is a test of the American broadcasting system. This is only a test. I have my pup. I have for sure. Is this our first witness? Oh, I gotta get my witness list up.
Careful the cords, please.
Don't trip, dude. It's early.
Mr. Beach, if you can stand it up again and just raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're going to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. You can make yourself comfortable. Have a seat. There's some water in front of you if you'd like some.
And Mr. Beach, I'm just going to remind you that
This
is
is
a big
Travis
room and,
Beach.
all the jurors need to hear you, so please keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
This is Travis Beach.
Mr. Beach, can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name is Travis Beach, Travisbeach.
And Mr. Beach, what city and state do you live in?
I currently live in Concord, New Hampshire.
And how long have you been a New Hampshire resident?
All my life, 39 years.
You're 39 years old?
Yes, sir.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, sir.
How are you employed?
I work at EB Metals in Bow, New Hampshire.
And what do you do for them?
There's studs, RC. It's construction metal.
And can you tell these jurors what kind of work you've done in your life, in your career?
Carpentry, roofing, tree work.
Butt joints.
Painting. Yeah, that's about it.
Mr. Beach, what was your highest level of education?
I graduated 12th, sir.
You graduated high school?
Yes, sir.
And I want to switch gears just a bit. Back in March of 2020, where were you residing?
Concord State Prison.
Okay. In early March.
I was Manchester, New Hampshire.
Okay. And at some point in March, you were arrested, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Prior to that arrest, do you remember the date of that arrest?
I don't, not off the hand.
Does March 5th sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Prior to March 5th of 2020, where were you living?
I was, it was Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm not sure the address.
And that's fine. You were in Manchester?
Yes, sir.
And who did you reside with in Manchester?
Barbara Ewell.
Do you know someone named Brittany Bedard?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Miss Bedard?
She's my ex-girlfriend.
And during that period that we're talking about, early March of 2020, was she your girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
And how long at that point had you known Miss Bedard?
10 years.
Did she reside with you, with Miss Ewell?
No, sir.
Mr. Beach, do you know an individual named Brendan Middleton?
Yes, sir, I do.
And how do you know Mr. Middleton?
We were working together at Accurate Tree Service.
How long have you known Mr. Middleton?
About 5 years.
And that's at that point back in March of 2020?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe your relationship with him? Were you friends or something else?
I wouldn't say friends. It was more of a co-worker at the time.
Okay. I want to switch gears for just a moment. You mentioned going to state prison
Yes, sir.
on March 5th of 2020. Were you convicted of a theft by deception and theft by unlawful taking back in 2019?
That's correct.
Were you also convicted of theft by deception in a 2014 case?
Yes, sir.
How about theft by unlawful taking in a 2016 case?
I believe I was incarcerated at that time.
Okay. Turning to this case, do you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And how long have you known Mr. Montgomery?
Since he was 17 years old.
17.
Yes.
Would you recognize him if you saw him today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Beach, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 101.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
recognize the individual depicted in this image?
Yes, sir.
Who do you recognize this to be?
Adam Montgomery.
The same Adam Montgomery you've known since you were 17?
Yes, sir.
And back in early March of 2020, February into March of 2020, had you recently reconnected with Mr. Montgomery?
Yes, sir.
And how did that happen?
I was at the mall in New Hampshire, and I was at the food court, and Adam was there with his girlfriend, and that's how him and I started talking again.
Do you remember his girlfriend's name?
Kayla.
And at some point after that interaction that you had with him at the mall, did he contact you requesting your help?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors what the nature of that communication was?
He asked me if I could rent him a U-Haul, and I said yes.
And do you recall when he contacted you
For the U-Haul?
for the U-Haul?
Later on during the day.
I want to back up for just a moment. Back in March of 2020, did you have a Facebook account?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall what your Facebook account, what the name of that your name on that Facebook account was?
Travis Beach?
Did you have,
Or
were you friends with the defendant on that Facebook account?
yes, sir.
And so when he contacted you and asked you to rent him a U-Haul, what did you do?
I didn't hesitate. He's a friend. I wasn't thinking of anything negative. I was at his apartment. I saw everything packed up. I put one and one together, thought it was two, but it wasn't.
Okay. And let me stop you there, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Middleton. You said you were at his apartment and you saw things packed up.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember where his apartment was?
Union Street, I believe.
And that's here in Manchester?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you were at his apartment?
2020.
Were you at his apartment with Brittany Bedard, with Miss Bedard that you mentioned?
Yes, sir, I was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
So, Mr. Beach, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 55. Do you recognize the individual depicted there?
Adam Montgomery's son.
Okay. And you mentioned that Miss Beach was with you during that interaction.
Yes, sir.
Does this accurately reflect your memory of his son that day that you went to the apartment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you just read the date at the bottom of that image?
Sunday, March 1st, 2020 at 6:02 p.m.
So having that in mind, does that refresh your recollection as to the actual day that you went to the defendant's apartment on Union Street?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any discussions with the defendant when you went to that apartment street?
We had multiple, yes, sir.
Specifically with respect to the rental of a U-Haul van.
I'm sorry?
Specific to the rental of a U-Haul van.
Yes,
what
sir.
were those discussions that you had with the defendant?
We did. What were the discussions?
What did he say to you?
He asked me to rent him a U-Haul. He needed to move stuff, and yeah, that's it.
And you wanted to help, it sounds
Yes,
like.
sir.
Did you help him, and did you in fact help him rent a U-Haul?
Not per se myself. I got somebody to rent him a U-Haul, so in aspect, yes, sir.
Okay. And I want you to walk us through that. You said you got someone to rent him a U-Haul.
Yes, sir.
Who is that someone that you're referring to?
Brendan Middleton.
And the same Brendan Middleton that at that point you'd known for 5 years?
Yes, sir.
And so this wasn't the same day, this was a separate day. Can you walk us through getting that U-Haul with Brendan Middleton?
I myself didn't have a license at the time, so I asked Brittany to get Brittany Bedard to get the U-Haul, and she couldn't, so we had Brendan Middleton rent the U-Haul because he's the one that had the license at the time.
The day that you got the U-Haul, where were you staying? Where were you sleeping that day?
At the time, at Barbara Yule's house.
Okay. At some point during that period, did you go to the Econo Lodge and stay there?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall how many nights you stayed there?
One night.
Do you know whose name that room was in?
I'm pretty sure it was Brittany Bedard's.
And did the defendant also stay at that hotel with you?
Yes, sir.
Separate room or same room?
Separate room. He was on the first floor, and I was on the second floor.
So you're staying at this hotel. At what point do you go and get the U-Haul for the defendant?
It was later on during the night. It was like it was dark. It was dark out, so 8-ish.
And can you tell the jurors who you went with? Who accompanied you to get the U-Haul?
Myself, Brittany Bedard, Brendan Middleton.
Okay. And where did you go to get that U-Haul?
The U-Haul place on South Willow Street here in Manchester, New Hampshire.
South Willow Street.
Yes, sir.
What did you do after getting the U-Haul, Mr. Peach?
There's a gas station right next to the U-Haul place. We stopped there, put gas in it, and then we went back to the Econo Lodge.
When you say we went back to the
I'm
Econo
sorry.
Lodge,
Myself, Brittany Bedard, and Brendan Middleton.
and what did you do when you returned to the Econo Lodge?
We did drugs at the Econo Lodge.
Permission to approach, Judge.
Yes?
These people steal and pawn shit for drug money. So they were all in this hotel because they're homeless and doing drugs together. So this guy and Brittany Bedard got the U-Haul, got this Brendan to put
Mr.
it in
Peach,
his
when you say
name,
we did
paid
drugs,
for it,
who's
and
the
brought
we
it to
that you're
Adam.
referring to?
Myself, Brittany Bedard, Adam, and Kayla Montgomery.
And what drugs are you referring to? What kind of drugs?
Cocaine.
Is that crack?
Yes, sir.
Cocaine.
At some point during that time, while you're doing drugs, did you exchange keys with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Did you provide him U-Haul keys?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about that interaction. Can you tell the jurors where you were when you gave him the keys and what specifically he told you?
Myself and Brittany Bedard gave the keys to Adam Montgomery, which he was staying at the Econo Lodge on the first floor. After that, Adam Montgomery and myself went outside to smoke a cigarette. He was pacing back and forth. He said he effed up, and I asked him what he meant, and all he could say and repeat was he effed up. And I'm not sure.
And you said he repeated that.
Yes, sir.
How many times did he repeat?
4 or 5 times.
When you say F, did he actually say the word?
Yes, sir.
What did he say? Can you tell the jurors?
Am I allowed to say it? I fucked up.
He repeated that
Yes, sir.
multiple
I
times.
apologize.
It's okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Did you ask him to clarify?
I did. And he did not.
Did he say anything when you asked him to clarify?
All he kept saying was that I fucked up.
Where was Kayla during that conversation?
Kayla was in the first floor at the Econo Lodge with Brittany.
And I think you said this already, but at that point, when you went out to smoke the cigarette, you'd already given him the U-Haul keys.
Correct.
At any point during your time at that Econo Lodge, did you see the defendant drive the U-Haul?
I did not.
At some point, did you go back to your own room with Miss Bedard?
Yes, sir.
And prior to going back to your own room, had you seen him drive the U-Haul at all?
No, I did not.
Was the sun out when you went back to your own room, or
No, sir. It was still nighttime.
it was nighttime?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what the defendant did with the U-Haul?
I don't.
Did you attempt to get in touch with him the following day about the U-Haul?
No, sir.
Do you think seeing those your Facebook messages would refresh your recollection on that point?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Just ID. So, Mr. Peach, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's
sir.
Exhibit 139.
Yes, sir.
Will you take a look at the second page of this document and just look up when you're done? So let me ask you this while you're reviewing. Do you recognize what that is?
No, sir.
Okay. So let's do this. At the top of the page, does it say something there?
Meta Platform Businesses Record?
Meta Platform Business Records?
Yes. Meta, sorry.
Are you familiar with Meta?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, so let's look on, does it say what the service is there?
Facebook.
Okay. And then halfway down the page, does it say first and last name?
First name Travis, middle name is blank, last name is Beach.
Okay, and I want to talk about the specific records.
Yes, sir.
If I can have just a moment. So I'm just going to ask that you review page 139, and I'm going to point you right here. If you can start there, and then this is front and back, so you just go through.
Would you like me to read it out loud? Or?
No, just to yourself. So I'm going to draw your attention to right here, this message. So having reviewed that, does that refresh your recollection with respect to whether or not you reached out to the defendant about the U-Haul?
I mean, it's right. I don't remember it, but it states right there. So yes.
All right, and I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 140.
Yes, sir.
And I'm just going to ask you to read that top message.
Out loud.
Note to yourself. And is that the same message you just read on your...
On the display, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So with respect to these messages, are they fair and accurate in terms of the messages that you exchanged with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I move to strike what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 140 and mark full and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
140 is the communication as opposed to the certified records.
Correct.
No objection to 140.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
Okay. I'm going to take these back.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask that you hold on to this because we're going to go through it. So I'm going to put the exhibit that's in front of you, States Exhibit 140, up on the screen behind you. And I'm just going to ask that you look back and take a look at what's on the screen, the TV screen behind you. Other than the little red sticker at the bottom, is that the same image that you have in front of you?
Yes, sir.
And so you can refer to the image in front of you, but I'm just going to ask that you identify a few things. Starting with the top message, can you tell us who the sender of that message is? What's the name of the individual? It says next to author.
Travis Beach.
Okay, and that's you.
Correct.
Can you tell us when that message was sent? And it's right below the author's name.
March 4th, 2020 at 1947.
And do you see where it says UTC?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with Coordinated Universal Time, Mr. Beach?
No, sir.
Fair to say, though, it's not Eastern Standard Time.
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell us what you wrote? The slide immediately, or the message that says body.
Bro, what U-Haul did you drop it off at? Because he just got a text saying the van was supposed to be back at 2, so please let me know. WTF is going on.
And after you sent that message, did you immediately send another message? Can you go to the next, where it says body?
ASAP.
So if you can refer to the message below, can you tell us who the author of that message is?
Facebook.
Okay, and is there a specific number attached to that?
Next to Facebook?
Next to Facebook?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what that number is? Can you read it for us?
1-000-0-0-9-0-0-7-8-8-5-8-0-3.
Okay, and you initially said this was your communication with the defendant, Adam Montgomery. Did that used to have a name? When you made those messages, when you communicated with the defendant, did his Facebook account have a name?
Adams?
Adams.
Yes, sir.
What was the name of his Facebook account?
Adam Montgomery?
Okay, and that's no longer there, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you can go to when that message was sent, just below the author. And if you can read the date and time of the response.
3/4/2020, 1947.
So if you can go to the next message
I'm
where it
sorry.
says sent.
You want me to read the number again?
No, not the number, the time where it says sent under the Facebook author. So the next line down from that.
Yeah. 00/08/20.
Okay, and what's the date associated with that time? And I have it up behind you if you need to refer to that.
3/5/2020.
Okay. And if you can refer to the actual body of the message that you received from the defendant, can you read that for us?
Please don't message me stuff like this on Facebook again.
Okay, you've skipped one message. If you can go up to the message before that.
I dropped it off on Willow, my word.
All right, and let's go to the next message. If you can tell us that's also from the defendant, can you verify that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's the time of that message?
00/08/44.
And that again is UTC.
Yes, sir.
And same date as the last message. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, now let's go to the body of that message. If you can read that to the jurors.
Please don't message me stuff like this on Facebook again.
Do you know why the defendant didn't want you messaging stuff to him about a U-Haul rental?
No.
And let me back up. You said earlier you didn't know what he was using this U-Haul for.
Correct.
Did you ask him?
No, sir.
Why not?
Honestly, I didn't think I had to because I saw all his belongings packed up, and during the day, he said he was having problems with DCYF, so I kind of figured that he was moving.
And were you aware that he had just moved into that apartment?
No, sir.
Did you ask Kayla what the U-Haul was for?
I wasn't allowed to talk to Michaela.
Why weren't you allowed to talk to Kayla?
I didn't ask.
Mr. Beach, did you ever meet a child named Harmony Montgomery?
No, sir. No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Beach. No additional questions for you, sir.
And good morning, Mr. Beach.
Yes, sir.
I'm Jamie Brooks, and I represent Mr. Montgomery. You indicated on direct examination that you reconnected with Adam. I believe you said it was February of 2020?
I didn't say February.
Do you know when it was?
Honestly, no.
But it was at the Mall of New Hampshire?
Correct.
Food court specifically?
Correct.
Fair to say that it was prior to these March events?
Yeah. Yes.
And Kayla was with Adam at the food court?
Correct.
Were any kids with Adam and Kayla at the food court?
They're two sons.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, no additional questions for this witness. I'd ask that he be excused.
All right, any all right, you may step down. You are excused, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Approach very brief.
Yes?
He's excused. They're not going to bring him back. I swear yesterday I read that they believed that Travis Beach drove around with Adam. I'm going to find that because I did read that. There's Jess. Do you have your earphones in, Jess? Thank you for the pictures yesterday, too. I put pictures. I showed everybody the Union Street apartment. Thank you for those photos. And please be careful out there. Yeah, now they're talking. I'm going to find that article because I could have sworn. I wonder if He probably would he have testified in the weapons one? I wonder. This is really irritating to watch.
On the state to call Ms. Tarah Hilbert.
Tarah Hilbert? Is that what they said? Yeah, Tarah Hilbert is coming up next.
Good morning, Ms. Hilbert.
Good morning.
If you would please watch your step on the cords there, and if you could just remain standing when you get to the podium, please. So I'm having just a little bit of a tech issue. We're all set. So if you go ahead and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony that you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Hilbert, as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead and state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Tarah Hilbert, Tarah Hilbert.
Thank you, Ms. Hilbert. And what town are you living in right now?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in Manchester?
Almost 8 years.
Okay. And where do you live? What street?
Orange Street.
On Orange Street?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do for work?
Pretty much the property manager for over there.
Okay. And when you say the property manager, how many buildings do you help manage?
Just for that property, there's 4 buildings on that property. And then there's other properties elsewhere, but
Okay. So do you help manage the other properties elsewhere as well as the 4 there?
if the landlord needs help, yes.
Okay. How long have you been doing that?
5 years? 4 years? 5 years?
4 or 5 years? And how far did you go in school?
10th grade.
10th grade. All right. What are some of the other things that you will do for the landlord to help out for those 4 properties or for properties elsewhere? Can you kind of describe what some of your duties are to the jury?
I will help maintenance clean out apartments if they need it. Clean before tenants moving in, I will completely finish cleaning it. I'll meet with new tenants before moving in, give them keys. If anybody needs any help, have any questions, they usually come to me, and I take care of it.
I'm about to say, do they call you, or sometimes they usually even maybe knock on your door?
Yes.
Since you're right there?
Yes.
All right. Do you know an individual by the name of Dennis Cloutier?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know him?
That is our maintenance man.
Big beard?
Yes.
All right. How long have you known him?
8 years.
And with regards to the properties that you talked about you take care of, is one of those properties 644 Union Street?
Yes.
Mr. Cloutier, do you know whether he has done work there at 644 Union Street?
Yes.
If I could approach, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Silver, I'd like to go ahead and show you 2 exhibits. To show you what's marked states 136 and 137, and just ask generally whether or not you recognize those images.
Yes.
What do you recognize them to be?
This is my building that I live in.
Okay.
This is the corner of Orange and Union, and then the other property of Union Street.
All right. I see that's all on 136. And what about 137?
That is my back parking lot.
Okay. Back parking lot for your building. Is it also the back parking lot for 644 Union?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to leave these up here with you for a moment, but I'm also going to project them up onto the screen. Specifically looking at Exhibit 136, if you could just look onto the screen for a quick minute, Ms. Hilbert, just to confirm that's the same image.
Yes.
All right. And you went ahead and said that there was, could you please point out where 644 Union Street is in this, kind of the intersections?
This is Orange Street.
Mm-hmm.
This is Union.
Okay.
This is 644.
So that's 644. The building that's right on the corner, of Orange and Union. Is that also one of the ones that you manage? Okay, and what about the building just to the right? If we go, would that be west on Orange Street there? Yes, is that also one of the properties that you manage?
That's my building.
That's your building, okay. With regards to a person by the name of Adam Montgomery, do you know who that is?
Yes.
All right, and who's that?
It was a old tenant of ours.
Okay. Could you please point out what was the building that Mr. Montgomery was staying in? That one there?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to switch now to Exhibit 137. I've got that on the screen. I just want to confirm, if you would please, that what you're looking at on the screen matches 137 that's in front of you on the desk.
Yes.
Okay. And from this angle, could you please point out where Orange Street and Union Street are again, that same intersection?
This is Orange Street.
Mm-hmm.
All the way up, and that's Union.
Okay. So the back side of that 644 Union Street, which building is that? Okay, the one looks like a porch built off the back?
Well, these are three separate numbers, 640, 642, 644.
Oh, okay. Those units inside those buildings, are they all accessible from the back as well as from the front?
Yes.
Right. And could you please point out the parking lot that's used by the people who live in that building?
Right here.
It's all right there. Okay. And with regards to your building, is that the building on the far left-hand side of the screen, still on this side of Orange?
This one, yes.
That's the one, okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Hilbert. Please feel free to have a seat. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
With regards to Adam Montgomery, you also know an individual by the name of Kayla Montgomery.
I do.
How did you first meet Adam Montgomery?
I don't know our first interaction. I remember seeing him here and there. And then I feel like it had to do with the kids because I had a child, their children's age.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of just went from there.
With regards to, you said you had a child the same age as their children's age. How many children did they have that you saw?
At that time?
Yes.
Two.
Did your child and their children play together sometimes? And where would they play?
In the parking lot.
The same one that we see here on Exhibit 137?
More at the parking lot on my side.
Okay.
But, yeah.
At the time, Adam Montgomery, what was he doing for work? Do you know?
He was not working at that time that I'm aware of.
Okay. Separate from that, did you ever visit him inside his apartment?
No.
Okay. Where would you interact with him?
In the parking lot, my porch, and he was in my house a couple times.
Okay. And why was he in your house a couple times?
We were feeding him, Kayla, and the kids.
Okay. What time of year was that?
Summertime.
So like a grill out or something?
Yes.
All right. Did he ever say anything to you about having a daughter by the name of Harmony?
He did.
Okay. What did he say about Harmony?
Just that he had a daughter named Harmony and that he hadn't seen her in a couple of years because her mother took her back to Massachusetts.
That's what he told you?
Yes.
And when would this have been that you had this conversation with him? What year?
2020.
2020?
Yep.
All right. Would you have conversations with him also in, let's say, to 2021 as well? With regards to, let me just say this. Did he ever say specifically where Harmony was with her mother?
I want to say it was Lowell.
Okay.
Lowell, Mass.
All right. That's your memory?
Yeah.
And when he was living next door, I'm sorry, not next door, but he was living in Union Street and you were over on Orange Street, right? So it's not technically next door.
To me, it's next door, but yeah.
Okay. All right. With regards to the residents at Union Street during the time period that he was living there, how would you describe those neighbors? Were they average? Were they quiet? Were they loud?
I didn't see them the first 6 months of them living there.
Oh, and by them you mean?
Adam and Kayla. Oh,
okay.
is that what we were talking about?
Well, yeah, let me revise the
Sorry.
question. That's all right. That's all right. That's on me for not asking a clear question. So you didn't see them for the first 6 months. Let me go with that for a minute.
Yeah.
All right. And how would you get into their apartment from this photo that we're looking at here?
Can I stand up?
Yes, if you could.
So their back door is like right there.
Okay, so I see you're kind of pointing to the bottom left of that stair structure on the top right-hand side of the, or top right-hand, let's say, quadrant of the image. Is that right? Would you say that's the top right area of that photo?
To me, it's left, but
Top left, okay. Top left of the stairs, okay. But overall, if I looked at the whole photo, would you say it's the top right-hand side of the photo?
yes.
All right. With regards to the noise, was there ever any noise complaints in those buildings
From other tenants, yeah.
from other tenants?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever receive one from Adam Montgomery?
Not that I recall. I think everybody stayed away from him. They just stayed.
Objection. Sustained.
I'll rephrase the question, Ms. Hilbert. So, with regards to that particular building, did you ever respond to any sort of noise complaints at that building?
No.
Okay. And I mean 644 Union Street, that building?
No.
All right. And let me ask, with regards to Adam Montgomery, did he ever tell you where they were living prior to them living at 644 Union?
Yeah, they told me that they had stayed with.
Sustained. Rephrase the question, please.
Okay. What, if anything, did Adam tell you about the location of where he had been living prior to him coming to be with you?
I knew about the FIT program they were in, and then.
Did he ever say about any other residence he lived in before FIT?
A car.
A car. Thank you. I'd like to ask a few questions with regards to Kayla Montgomery. Did you have conversations or communicate with her as well?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not going to go into the substance of what those conversations were, but what were the ways that you would communicate with each other?
Sometimes through Facebook Messenger, other times on my porch, parking lot.
In April of 2021, at any time, did you take Kayla away from the Union Street apartment?
I did.
Why?
Because Adam had beat her pretty bad.
How did she look when you saw her?
Really bad.
And when you say really bad, can you describe where you saw, I'm sorry, did you see any injuries on her?
I did.
Where did you see those injuries?
Her eyes, her nose, she was covered in blood.
Where did you take her?
To a hotel in Hooksett.
When was the last, did she have anybody with her when you took her to the hotel in Hooksett?
Her two boys. And the little girl that she had just had.
The baby?
Oh my God.
Later on, did the Montgomerys, both Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery and the children, move out of that apartment?
Yeah, they got evicted.
Okay. Were you a part of the clean out that was done on that apartment?
Was not.
Who would have come in to do that clean out?
Dennis.
And when a clean out is done of the apartments, when you manage them and the ones that you've seen, what's the sort of work that gets done on those apartments?
Pretty much just throw everything in trash bags, and I specifically put it on the outside porch, and Dennis will come pick it up, put the trailer, and take it to the dump.
What about with regards to any of the sort of appliances inside? Are appliances changed?
Yes.
And what's the typical turnaround time for a new renter to come in?
It all depends how damaged the apartment is prior. Sometimes it'll take over a month to fix the damages.
Once the apartment is ready to rent, usually what's the time period between that and when a new tenant would move in?
I'd say a week to 2 weeks.
Okay, so a week to 2 weeks assuming the apartment's okay, that's the turnover time.
Yeah.
Okay. If I may just have a moment, please, Your Honor. Okay, Ms. Hilbert, thank you very much. Those are all the questions that I have. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hebert, you testified about a conversation with Adam where he indicated that Harmony was with her mother and you thought perhaps Lowell.
Yes.
And that conversation came up in the context of him talking about missing her, right? And he sort of asked, well, where is she? And that was his answer.
Yes.
Now, you also talked about seeing Kayla with black eyes.
Yes.
And you're pretty emotional about that, right? Because you and Kayla had become very good friends.
Not just that.
Oh, right, of course. But one of the reasons was that she was quite dear to you.
Yes.
And over the course of the time that she moved in, you didn't really meet him for about 6 months, but then when you met him, you and Kayla became good friends.
Slowly, but yes.
And during that, after Kayla was arrested, you contacted her in jail.
Yep.
And you remained good friends with her.
For about a month, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. No additional questions.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Ask the witness to be excused, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
Witness is excused. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, the state would like to call Ms. Jessica Guerin. Stand, please.
Guerin. Jessica.
Good morning, Ms. Guerin. Please go up right near the bail and watch your step on the electrical cords there. And if you would please remain standing at the witness stand when you get there.
You make sure your phone is turned off.
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Guerin, if you would please go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. And Ms. Guerin, as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead and state your full name? Oh, I apologize. Did I leave some photos up there? Thank you very much.
Oh, maybe it's not.
Oh my God.
I'm so sorry. I thought I got it off. I'm shutting it off right now.
Is it off or in mute?
I'm trying. I don't know. It's a new phone. I'm so sorry. I thought I had it off all the way.
Well, we will try to make our testimony quick, but we do need to have it in mute, please.
Yep, I'm doing it.
God almighty.
All right, thank you, Ms. Guerin.
So sorry.
That's okay. If you would please go ahead, since we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name, spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Jessica Guerin, Jessica Guerin.
And Ms. Guerin, are you a New Hampshire resident?
I am.
How long have you been living in state?
About 13 years.
Well, 13 years.
I'm just going to ask, I'll ask both of you, please keep your voices up. It's a big room. All the jurors need to be able to hear you.
So,
Ms. Guerin, let me ask you, you said you've been living here about 13 years?
Yes.
Okay. With regards to that, what city do you currently reside in?
Manchester.
And how long have you been living in Manchester?
About a year.
How far did you go in school?
I'm still in school.
Okay. What are you studying?
Psychology.
Okay. And where are you studying psychology?
UNH.
UNH. And how much longer do you have to go on your program?
About 3 years.
And let me ask you, what sort of work have you had up until this point?
I've worked as a debt collector. I've worked in drug and alcohol rehabs, Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh my
All right.
God.
You said you've worked in drug and alcohol rehabs. I'd like to ask, did you ever work at a location in a rehab center called Granite State Recovery back in May of 2021?
I did.
Right. And what were your job duties there?
I was a recovery support specialist, so when clients would come in, they were usually pretty emotionally in the air. So I was the person that kind of helped keep them level-headed and stay.
Okay.
I would run groups also.
Did you ever meet, and separate from that, I'd like to ask, did you ever meet an individual by the name of Adam Montgomery?
I did.
All right. And I'd like to go ahead and show you what's been marked Exhibit 101. Do you recognize this person?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And who's that?
Adam Montgomery.
Adam Montgomery, the person that you met in May 2021?
Correct.
Let me ask you, you also know an individual by the name of Shane Perkins.
I do.
Okay, and how do you know Shane Perkins?
It was somebody that I dated that was a friend of Adam's.
Was that back during this same time period of 2021?
Correct. It's right when I met Adam.
At the time, where was Shane living?
At one of the facilities.
Okay. And with regards to Adam Montgomery, do you know where he was living back then?
Yeah, same house.
Same house? And where was that house? What city?
Auburn Street. I think it was 241 Auburn Street.
Oh, right here in Manchester.
Correct.
All right. Did you ever have a conversation with the defendant, or generally, did you ever talk with Adam Montgomery about children or his children?
Yeah, we used to have quite a few in-depth conversations.
All right. How many children did he say that he had?
So for the most part, I only knew of the 2 boys. At one point, he mentioned having a daughter, but it was very quickly and brushed off.
You say very quickly and brushed off. What do you mean by brushed off?
He kind of he just changed the subject as fast as he could.
Okay. Do you ever remember having a specific conversation with him about his daughter? And by this, I guess I want to ask, first of all, do you remember where this conversation was, where it took place?
Yeah, actually, it was right at the corner of Union Street and Auburn Street.
Okay.
At Dollar Deluxe, I believe. I was sitting outside.
All right. And who were you with when you were outside?
Originally, I was just sitting by myself waiting for Adam.
Okay. And waiting for Adam?
Yep.
Okay. And did he join you?
Yep.
All right. And at some point, were you waiting for anybody else while the 2 of you were there?
Not really. That was a little muffled. So Shane had been having a really bad day, and he was sleeping, and I was messaging back and forth with Adam, waiting for him to come out so I could give him some flowers and a card that I had given. So that way that when Shane woke up, he would have it there.
Oh, okay. And when you were talking with Adam, had you already dropped those things off? Had you already handed those to go in for Shane?
Not quite. He was sitting with me. We were just kind of... Actually, we sat in my car for a good hour and a half talking.
Okay. And during that conversation, did you talk specifically with him about a daughter by the name of Harmony?
He never specified a name. He had mentioned that he had 2 boys and a daughter, but he had dropped the daughter off at her mother's in Mass somewhere, and just kind of changed the subject as fast as possible.
You said I want to make sure I got that right. And you said that he told you that he dropped off his daughter at her mother's in Mass, and does that mean Massachusetts?
Massachusetts, yep.
All right. And then you said he quickly what?
Brushed off the I'm not sure exactly how it happened, but the conversation switched very rapidly.
If I can just have a moment, Your Honor.
Wait, that sweater says, I'm hot, so I'm going to air out my shoulders. I've never seen a turtleneck with open shoulders.
Let me just ask you, Ms. Guerin, when was the last time that you talked with Adam Montgomery?
Actually, I was just looking at my messages a couple days ago to, I think it was like March of 21.
So it's been a couple of years.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Guerin. I don't have any further questions for you. Defense counsel may have a few.
Thank you.
Good morning. I have no questions.
You may sit down. Statement called next witness.
Your Honor, if we could approach.
Sit down, bitch, sit down.
I didn't know I was muted. Oh my God, I was talking to you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen,
They're going to take a break.
Before we see our next witness, this is a good time for the break. It's a little bit earlier than usual, but we'll take our break now, and then we may be able to go through lunch. We have a couple of matters that we have to deal with now. So why don't I give you your mid-morning break now? Don't talk to each other or anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't look up anything online, and we will see you hopefully in 15 minutes or so. Like I said, there are a couple of things, so maybe a little longer, but we'll get you back in here as soon as we can. All right? All rise for the jurors, please. Stand up!
Fuck directly off.
Scotty. It's time for a break. You deserve a break today.
Cheapers!
Just based on my observations, her hair was very greasy.
Well, can we just... You may be seated.
Sit down, bitch, sit down.
I don't know. Jessica, do you know what the matters are? Could you hear what they were talking about? Happy Friday, Daff. So we've got at least 15 minutes to spare. 15 minutes. What do we do with our 15 minutes of fame? What do you guys want to do? Ish. Do you want to just talk ish? FDO, man. Scott H put FDO on the tubes. FDO wasn't a thing until Scott H. For real.
Hey, bro. Hey, bro.
Well, they had that legal issue yesterday, and then it was, we heard the arguments, and then the judge said denied, so who knows? Now we're back at Eagle 8.
Your mom's right. Jeffrey Dahmer kind of.
What's Shan? What's that mean? Oh, Shannon? Shan. All right, we're going to bring it all in. Bring it all in. Jessica, can you tell us, like, approximate age range of the jurors? What? Yes, Travis Beach was earlier. Smash-ish, the like-ish.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
Can we talk about why every criminal case involves Walmart, even the laundries? The laundries, I just was looking for pictures to put up on a thumbnail, and I saw them walking out of Walmart with their cart. You guys, we're going to be covering the laundries. I might even get crazy and start tonight, depending on how I feel. If I'm tired. No, I didn't forget about Shannon. It's just Shan threw me off. Seven women. Yes, James Crumbly asked for a change of venue. He's in court on the 21st. Let's see what we've got going on the tubes. Oh, that's another thing that I wanted you guys to know about. This lady, did you guys watch this? Is this live right now? It is. This prosecutor in Atlanta, dude, she's a piece of work. And you know what? She's worth watching just to hear how she acts. Hold on.
Did I ask them to do that?
Nothing really happened. There's really nothing to chat about, Stacey Wondra. Except the fact that he's been doing interviews. Did you guys see that lady, though? All right, so check this out. First, we're going to do the James Crumbly. You guys should be checking out my shorts. So this is what you missed this morning. Here's Travis Beach. This is all you missed today.
Staying at the Econo Lodge on the first floor. After that, Adam, Montgomery, and myself went outside to smoke a cigarette. He was pacing back and forth. He said he effed up, and I asked him what he meant, and all he could say and repeat was he effed up. And I'm not sure.
And you said he repeated that?
Yes, sir.
How many times did he repeat?
4 or 5 times.
When you say act, did he actually say the word?
Yes, sir.
What did he say? Can you tell the jurors?
Am I allowed to say it?
He apologizes.
I fucked up.
Watch.
He repeated that?
Yes, sir.
Multiple times.
He apologized. He apologized
Yes,
to the judge for saying I fucked up. I thought that was funny.
Did you ask him to clarify?
I did.
But that's all you missed. But I've got that short up. And then we have an update and James Crumbly. I'll play that.
For James Crumbly, he basically is saying that, yes, the Oxford shooting was a very tragic and emotional event, extremely sad for everybody, but it also has generated widespread inflammatory and sustained local media coverage, more so than the case of the shooter himself. In fact, he says, quote, in fact, it appears that more people are interested in James and Jennifer's cases than the shooter's case, despite the fact that the shooter planned and carried out this full shooting, admittedly without anyone else's knowledge. Due to the publicity, the strong sentiments in the community, can't get a fair trial in Oakland County, that he'll be deprived of his constitutional rights.
So yeah, he's gonna try to get a new change of venue, but I don't think it's gonna fly. Those are the two updates, and then the prosecutor that's prosecuting Trump in Georgia, her name's Fannie Willis. Fannie. I listened to it because I woke up at 5:30 this morning and wide ass awake. I couldn't fall back asleep, and I was like, "What is this?" And it's 2 hours long. I'll put the link in the chat, but it's definitely worth a watch. She's a piece of work. So she was having an inappropriate relationship, allegedly, with the special prosecutor, and she barged into the courtroom. This woman. She wasn't even called to the stand. She barged in and said, "I'm ready." Fannie said, "I'm ready." And people are all over social media talking about her dress. They say it's on backwards because the zipper is at the front. Yeah, you heard me. The zipper is at the front. Jessica, can you tell us the approximate ages of the jurors, please? Because James Crumbly's a piece of shit. So anyways, yeah, it's amazing, but I'll play the first couple minutes while we have this break because it's just incredible. It is incredible. And the judge seems to side with her and like cut off the questioning. It's insane. Watch the first few minutes of this.
To go over all of this and to explain exactly what happened. So he was
I did, Sarah.
The court, that the court allowed Ms. Willis to be called and interrogated on these matters.
And I would too, Your Honor.
Just a moment, Ms. Willis. So, Ms. Cross, I don't know if you want to speak with Ms. Willis now. It's sounding like maybe they're withdrawing the objection to the motion.
I believe the motion to...
Or does Ms. Willis want to take the lead here?
We'll withdraw the motion to quash Ms. Willis based on the rule. I'm going to go.
Okay, so the position of the district attorney at this point is that she's no longer contesting the subpoena. Ms. Merchant has called her as the next witness.
Look at her. Now she demands what she wants.
I would ask...
I think her dress is on backwards, y'all.
3 documents in front of me, and they're the 3 filings of Ms. Merchant. 3 filings.
She's demanding these certain documents.
Does anyone have the 3 filings of Ms. Merchant? Does the court have the 3 filings of Ms. Merchant?
When you say the filings, you mean like the pleadings?
The pleadings, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I think we could locate those for you in the supplemental.
I want the one filed on January the 8th, the one filed immediately after we filed ours, and the final one.
If you want to take a break to get them, I can make a copy. I think we have one.
All right, we are back on the record. Deputy Scott, if you could swear in our next witness.
I would, and I do apologize. Anna, do me a favor. Put them on my niece on reading glasses. After you swear me, don't put them on my niece.
She's like, do me a favor.
Swear, you can go ahead and swear me so I don't hold it before. Yes, Chelsea. District Attorney Fani, F-A-N-I. Last name is Willis.
Ms. Willis, how did you know to come into the courtroom right then?
Because there were people, I was pacing in my office.
Okay.
And I heard someone yell, his testimony is done. It only made sense to me that I would be your next witness. And I've been very anxious to have this conversation with you today. So I ran to the courtroom.
So as soon as you heard that Mr. Wade was done
backwards.
testifying, that's when you just assumed you would be the next witness?
It only makes sense.
Did you listen to any of the testimony?
I've been in my office pacing, ma'am.
Did you listen to any of the arguments?
I did hear the arguments this morning. It's ridiculous to me that you lied on Monday, and yet here we still are. And I did listen to that argument.
All right, so that was it, just the argument, no testimony.
Right, I listened to the argument this morning where Adam Abadi, I thought, did an excellent job pointing out how dishonest you were with the court on Monday. And I'm actually surprised that the hearing continued, but since it did, here I am.
I'm frozen.
My
My camera's
let's
frozen.
Let's just talk about what you did in preparation for today. Did you meet with Mr. Wade at all? Once the motion was filed, did you meet with Mr. Wade and talk to him about the motion that I filed to disqualify you?
On January, this first January motion?
Yes.
I don't know if you could say talked about. I probably had some choice words about some of the things that you said that were dishonest within this motion. So I don't know that it was a conversation. As you know, Mr. Wade is a Southern gentleman. Me, not so much.
Okay, but my question was, did you have a conversation with him?
I didn't have a substantive conversation.
You did not?
It's
I
pinned.
read this motion, skimmed it more so, and I've probably said some choice things to him about
The stuff she says about her
lies that were
daddy.
told.
She only
And
answers
it's
to
printed
her
in the media
daddy.
because, you know, we used to be in a day and time where you had 60 Minutes and people did stories and
I'm telling
they
you, that shit's
verified
on backwards.
information, and you had this great reporting. But it seems today that a lawyer writes a lie and then it's printed for all of the world to see.
Well, I just want to make sure that you answer the question I asked, though. So my question was...
Overruled, Mr. Abadi.
I told you what happened. I read the motion. I am sure I told him what my opinion of it is.
Okay.
And past that, we had no substantive conversation.
You did not? Okay.
Is there something you didn't understand?
No, I just wanted to make sure that
Okay.
you did not have a meeting with him in the conference room to discuss the motion.
Next question,
No.
Ms. Merchant.
So in the conference room of my office, within this week, you produced some financial document. That financial document was given to me, something, and I'm not even sure who was giving it to him by me or Mr. Abadi gave it to me. And I think he showed me a document in our conference room. But as far as a substantive conversation, I don't believe I've had any conversation with him that is substantive related to this.
Okay.
I have had conversations with him since you filed the motion, but they wouldn't be
Exhibit.
substantive to this. He sent me very nice sermons that have been done. And so we've had conversations about, did you listen to that sermon? You know, things of that nature. And I would say they were in relationship to this because I think he did it to be kind.
Okay.
Because you're a liar.
Let's start back in 2019.
Yep.
So you and Mr. Wade
She's like,
met
yep.
in October 2019 at a conference?
That is correct. And I think in one of your motions you tried to implicate I slept with him at that conference, which I find to be extremely offensive. I stayed at that conference. Mr. Wade was my teacher. I did not meet him when he taught the class. I was standing outside talking to Lisa Reeves, who is a judge. Me and her were just having a conversation. Mr. Wade walks up. I think they hug each other. They have some brief conversation. She introduces us.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. We kind of thought that when you asked a question, you can answer the question, not a speech, so I object to the speech.
I agree,
I believe I'm
Judge.
able to explain my answers.
I believe she's able to explain her answers.
And that's
Ms. Merchant, that's okay. I can,
Diarrhea
Ms.
of the
Willis, I'll
mouth.
ask you to just listen to the answer, or excuse me, the question. And
Can we
keep
get
your
her some
answers confined to the
Spanx or
question as
some
best you can. I think
Skims?
you'll have more than enough
Stat.
ample opportunity on when the state was
Well,
able
it's
to
highly
ask
offensive
follow-ups.
when someone lies on you, and it's highly offensive when they try
Judge.
to implicate that you slept with somebody
She's
the first day
pissed.
you
That's
met
why
with
her
them,
voice is
and I take
shaking.
exception to it.
All right, well, Ms. Willis, you'll have the opportunity to explain all of that when it's the state's turn to ask more open-ended questions.
Yeah.
Ms. Merchant.
You guys,
Thank you,
I
Judge.
couldn't stop watching.
So again, my question was, you all met at that conference, though, right?
We did. The meeting,
Okay.
he, as I stated, he taught the class. I did not actually meet him when he taught the class. I walked out of the class, and I'm not sure if it was that exact class or we had went to lunch, but we were standing in the vestibule, like outside of the class. Me and Judge Reeves were having a conversation. She had worked at a law firm I worked at back in 1996.
We're getting way afar. I mean, I don't mind her explaining her answers, but I literally just asked if they met at that conference.
Explaining how
He
she
doesn't.
met
He
Mr. Wade,
sides
which
with
is
the-
exactly the question asked by
with
Ms.
her.
Merchant.
It was-
These answers are more than appropriate.
Ms. Merchant, if you want more concise answers, perhaps you could lead the witness.
I will. Thank you, Judge. Isn't it true that you met Mr. Wade October 2019 at the judges conference.
We haven't gotten to the point where Ms. Willis should be treated hostile in this situation.
I think we
And
have.
I'm very much want to be here, so I'm not a hostile witness. I very much want to be
Not
here.
so much that you're hostile, Ms. Willis, it'd be an adverse witness. Your interests are opposed to Ms. Merchant's.
Ms. Merchant's interests are contrary to democracy, Your Honor, not to mine.
All right, let's
Judge, I
proceed.
would just ask that
We can keep things moving. Ms.
Thank
Merchant,
you.
next question,
Thank you.
please.
Okay, so we've confirmed when you met. After that, isn't it true?
No, I need to explain this, and I think I get to explain my answers. When I met him, Judge Reeves introduced us. He handed me his business card. I'm unsure if I handed him my business card, but we exchanged information. He said, if you ever need any help, give me a call. And he walked to the parking lot.
So after that, you started dating shortly thereafter, correct?
A lie. That's one of your lies.
Okay. Do you know Robin Yurdy?
I know her as Robin Bryant. I knew her. So Robin did not go to my college. She went to the college of, I went to Howard University. She went to Morgan State. I met her through some people I knew. In college, we hung out a bit. Not much.
She even
she
says
was in Baltimore and I was
she
in
even says
Washington, DC.
G's.
But we hung out a bit.
And she says we
After
broke
college, I lost
bread
contact
instead
with
of
her.
went out to
I
eat.
probably didn't see Robin again.
She's like, we may have
until
broke bread.
Maybe 7 or 8 years ago, a chance meeting here in Atlanta, but we did not have a consistent relationship from when I left college and came.
Dude,
to
I
Emory
couldn't
Law
stop
School here in
watching this
Atlanta.
when I turned
But
it on.
8 to 10 years ago, just by happenstance, I ran into her.
So
And she was in Atlanta.
You have been friends with Robin for 30-something years.
Did you hear my answer, madam?
Yes, and I'm asking if you've been friends with her for 30-something years.
She
I've
paid
known
this
her
guy
for
like
30-something years. We certainly
$650,000.
hung out and partied together in college. She was from the D.C. area. She would come home, we'd party together. Wasn't close, but she was certainly in the girlfriends that partied together. And then, like I said, I ran into her about 10 years ago in Atlanta, Georgia. But we didn't talk throughout that time period. I didn't see her. I didn't even know where she was. When I ran into her, I was surprised she was in Atlanta. And so, yes, I have known her probably since 1990, 1991, but we have not maintained a consistent relationship that whole time.
For the last 10 years or 5, whatever you'd like to classify it as, have you been friends with her?
I have not spoken to Robin in over a year. I certainly do not consider her a friend now. I think that she, there's a saying, no good deed goes unpunished. And I think that she betrayed our friendship.
So let's narrow it down, the timeline now. So my questions are going to be from the time period of 2019 until she no longer was employed for you, the last time you all talked. So all of my next questions are just focused on that time frame, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Up until she left your office.
Yes, ma'am.
During 2019, you all were friends, correct?
Yes, we knew each other in 2019.
During 2020, you all were friends, correct?
We were friends during that time period.
During 2021, you all were friends, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And such good friends that when you needed a place to stay, you asked her if you could take over her lease.
That's a lie.
You did not move into her apartment?
I
or her
did, but
condo?
that's not the way you characterize it is wrong.
I asked if you could take over her lease.
I did not ask if I could take over her lease.
Did you move into her apartment?
I moved into her condo in April of 21. The circumstances around that were that Robin met her husband. They wanted to move into another and separate place. She wanted to get rid of her condo. My father was living with me at the house. Because of this case and because of my stance on gangs, my life was being threatened regularly. My father urged me to leave our home. At the same time,
funny about
as
her
luck would
dad.
have it,
My father.
Robin wanted to give up her lease because she wanted to move in with this new man she met, who eventually became her husband. And so, as life circumstances worked, my dad was begging me to leave the house. He was afraid for me, afraid for his grandchildren. She wanted someone to take over her lease so that she didn't, have to pay a fee or get abandoned. And so, I don't remember when, but probably March or April of 21, I moved in and take over her lease.
And did you pay her or did you pay the leasing agent?
No, I don't even know who the leasing agent was. I paid her.
You paid her. Did you pay her cash or did you use a card?
There were some times that I would give her cash, but mostly I paid her via Cash App. That would be the most convenient thing. So I would not only give her her rent, but then like when the utilities would come in, whatever the utility was, she might be like, I need $70, I need $100, whatever it was. And we never had a problem with money. Whatever she told me it was, I never asked to see a bill. I never questioned her. I just gave it to her.
What percentage would you say you paid cash versus cash out?
Oh, the vast majority was cash out. I don't know what percentage. I'm not going to guess that. But the vast majority was cash out. But there would be times she would say, this bill came in at $70. Here goes $70.
Did you have a monthly rent amount that you paid her?
I can't remember. It was $1,400, $1,500. I can't remember what it was. And it would vary, which I don't understand to this day. But like I said, I never questioned her.
When did you move
Whatever
out?
she said it was, that's what I paid.
When did you
I
move
abruptly moved out in February, either late January or early February.
I'm going to fast forward to the juicier parts.
Because he paid for dinner or I paid for dinner. I've given him cash only a few times in life, probably 4.
Okay.
Probably the most money I've ever handed him is $2,500. The least amount of money I've handed him, probably between $500 and $1,000.
You never wrote him a check?
Ma'am, I don't have checks.
Okay. So you have no proof of any reimbursement for any of these things because it was all cash, right?
The testimony of one witness is enough to prove a fact.
So my question
Are you telling
was,
me
do you
that
have
I'm
any
lying
proof?
to you? Is that what you're intimating right here?
I'm asking if you have any proof that you paid him any of these
The
monies.
proof is what I just told you.
You have no written proof. Is that correct?
So I have some, probably some transactions like in Belize. I probably spent $500 on my card in Belize. I spent $900 on each of our tickets to go to Belize. I did the $700. I probably got some minor expenses in Aruba that would be on a card. But for the most part, for those trips, other than, so the 2 cruises, I gave him money for those before we ever left because they were pre-booked. Let me answer.
Well, the question was if you had any written proof. And so
I've answered you that I've had written
we
proof.
can move
of,
to the next question. If you've answered if you had any written proof, and that was my question.
I want to make sure that we're clear that for the 2 cruises,
Judge,
and that's
I
the
asked if
cruise
she gave
plus
him written
Aruba.
proof.
We're not going to talk over each other. Ms. Merchant, she answered your question, so you can ask the next question. Ms. Willis and Ms. Cross will have plenty of opportunities to let you clarify your answers when it's her turn.
Thank you, Judge. Knowing your role as district attorney, you know that public funds are scrutinized and money is scrutinized and things like that. You understand. You understand you're under a microscope. You have reporting requirements, all of those types of things. You have no record other than your testimony of the money that you've given Mr. Wade.
You've already asked that question. Let's keep going.
When you took office, you had a tax lien of $4,600. Did you pay that with cash when you made that tax lien whole?
I probably paid through however you pay.
Okay. So, but you were saying that you had amounts of cash. You still had that lien in 2022 when you were dating Wade and going on these trips. So the cash that you gave him, that could have been used to pay this tax lien off?
You gonna tell me how to pay my bills?
Unreal.
Ms. Merchant, are you trying to establish that she was insolvent in some way?
I definitely was trying to establish that she did not have these mass amounts of cash that she's talking about.
We're back
yes.
in court. Hold on.
All right.
Some of you anyway, so that I could address her. She could be on the stand.
We're back. It's really low, though.
I can stay.
Hold on.
All right, so what about we can stay, Your Honor, for that. If you want to go with Carrie whenever she's ready.
Do you mind if I just alert Attorney Smith that they'll be bringing this, is it Giles or?
I believe it's Giles, but I will ask her.
That's fine.
My camera's frozen. Ah! That was loud.
Can council just approach for a minute?
Yes.
All right, I just put the link to that video in chat if you guys want to watch it. Because she gets worse towards the end. She has like a baby fit with her papers. So I don't know what's going on here. Jess, can you give us an update if you can hear me? My camera's frozen too, so I don't know. Look at it. Frozen. This computer gets locked up so easily when I open too many windows. All right, I might be really big on the screen. I apologize if so. I'm probably going to be like full screen. It's still not working. Oh, Elaine's got her laptop. Get your freak on. Get your freak on. Thank you, Kendi. What's that? I'm not even smoking. When's that from? It's fucking Friday, y'all. That's all I can say. What the heck? You can't make this shit up. I need a new computer. Even though this one's new, it's just the cheapest model. It's ridiculous.
Enter you, Gotti.
Yes,
Council.
Now we're muted again. What the fuck? Why? I wasn't even smoking. Like, when I turned that on, I wasn't even... I don't even know when it caught me doing that. That was weird. Yeah, I'll drop the link again here. There's Crystal. Crystal just sat down. Smoke them if you got them, boys.
I'll do it at lunch.
Okay. Did you want to hold on to this?
Oh,
I lit up for Friday.
No, it's the one that
I don't even have that sweatshirt on anymore, guys. I'm wearing a t-shirt. And it like went back in time.
I will lose everything. Just approach it.
Who's this lady?
Sorry,
If you would just speak to her about that. For a
Yes,
moment.
ma'am.
What are they speaking to her about? All these deals. See what I mean? Everything's all secretive and shit. She's got her arms crossed. She's already closed off. Look at her. She don't want to be there. This bitch is closed off. I wonder if they had to force her.
In regards to today, it's expected.
I wonder if they had to force her to be there. She is defiant. Crystal is Harmony's biological mom. This woman's defiant. I'm telling you, Jessica, I'm telling you. She don't want to fucking be there, and I think she had to be forced. Look at the prosecutor. He's like, fuck. She is not cooperating. They're telling her what they expect of her. They are telling her what they expect of her ass. They're like, do you want to go to the clinker?
Going to the clinker, the big house.
If you don't do it, you're going to the... Look at her. She's shaking. Woo!
Diarrhea of the mouth. Going to the clinker, the big house.
Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Fucking thing sucks.
Oh, She's leaning on the judge's bench.
Not right now, man.
Whoa! Stacy, thank you. We don't know her name yet. She hasn't been sworn in. She says it's quite the situation. I'll fill you in. It's a lot. now we're looking at the chair. Is she scared? I don't know. She looks like she doesn't want to be there for sure. Kendi, that's where my ad came from. So she's either scared and doesn't want to be there, or she's got a tude and doesn't want to be there. We're going to find out, I guess. Do we know her name, Jess? Oh, no, Kristen. Mama, I never say that. Oh, I'm corrupting your children. Happy Friday, Flo. Okay. She's going to text me, you guys. Why you mad, bro? She was like, fuck it. We'll do it live. I don't know her name yet, Myron.
So hot in her.
I thought Tabitha was locked up. Vicky, her attitude is horrible. She does not want to be there. So is she more scared? Or is she more like this?
Like, what the fuck is this? And everybody's like, what the fuck is this?
She did come in hot, didn't she?
McNo.
She was like, I don't want to do this.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
I'm guessing angry, but I could be wrong. Put a 1 for attitude, 2 nervous, 3 angry. Let's do a poll. Okay. Lord.
Clear the courtroom for a moment. I'm going to ask everyone to go out so I can make an inquiry. I will ask for the cameras to be turned off.
Oh my God.
Cameras to be
Thanks so
turned
much,
off.
Jennifer.
What? Someone's crying?
Place this under seal.
Who's crying?
I want no audio or video on right now.
I'm just going to point the camera at the seal.
That,
No audio at all.
okay.
Your Honor, just to clarify, is it okay for the defense team to remain present?
Defense team can remain present. This is going to be under seal. And
Y'all, what is going on? Okay, so Jess is leaving the courtroom. Hold up. You think that that's Adam's sister? Who's crying? Hold on, I'm waiting for Jess to give me an update. Yeah, we have Jess there. The next witness, she doesn't know her name yet. That's who's crying. Well, Crystal wouldn't be in the mic. That can't be Crystal because whoever that was in the mic. And it's Jess just said it's the witness. She was in shackles. That must be Adam's sister. She was in shackles. I believe that's Adam's sister. I think it's Tabitha. I think it's Tabitha. Damn it, my camera doesn't work. I am so irritated. She was arrested to come to court, so she refused? Let's go to court TV. Oh, is that on the TV, you mean? Like court TV on the TV, because I don't get that. Maybe courttv.com? She was pissed. Jess says she was pissed. Let's see if we can get it here. My computer is... Oh, my God. Freezing. I always freeze when exciting things happen. Oh, I had to click the link. Sorry, my bad. Jesus. This is crazy. See, I bet we don't get the commentary. We just get the YouTube here. Yeah, we don't get the live commentary. Keep us posted. Keep us posted if you have Court TV on. Court TV said that this witness was arrested to be there. Unbelievable. So we are pointed at the ceiling and muted. Okay, so I'm texting with Jess. I'll have an update in a minute. Oh, Jessica Guerin, she was the last. Sorry, she was the last witness. Let me get that off the screen. That's confusing. I apologize. So she did not want to testify, and they had to arrest her and bring her in. Welcome, 911. Give it to God. Welcome to Lawful Listener. Thank you for joining. Hey, good morning, Dan. Good morning, Danielle. We have our witness was who's Robert Gouveia? Who's that? Who's Robert Gouveia? And where do I find that? There shouldn't be any live feed because the judge said turn the shit off. And this is the pool camera. So who's Robert Gouveia? Okay. She was, okay, so I guess she was saying she couldn't hear what was being said. Hold on, I'm getting more info. Court TV thinks she was abused by Adam too. She doesn't get to make that decision, Myron. Court TV, click watch live. I did. And it was freaking YouTube. Oh, watch live TV. Oh my God, tickled. What would I do without the brains in the chat? I don't even know. Here, let's listen.
Not showing up for court is also a problem here, right? You know, and I keep thinking about that with this witness who had to be arrested that we were just talking about. How many times have you had that difficulty in somebody just not showing, and then you have to make that decision? Ugh,
It's not back on yet.
do I get the material witness warrant, or do I let this go and just
Thank you, Flo.
Dismiss the case altogether?
Sure. It depends on what kind of evidence you have.
Welcome,
other than that.
Steph.
If your complaining witness is your evidence, one witness's testimony can prove a case in some instances.
Right.
And so if she is that person that you need, but if there's corroborating evidence, sometimes you might not need to, and you can push forward without her. If you've got her medicals, and you've got like the history of abuse, and you've got other witnesses that maybe have seen things, you might not need to get that. But you're thinking as a prosecutor is, if I let this case go and something happens to her, that's something that weighs heavy on a prosecutor.
Yes.
That you didn't push forward and you didn't try to obtain justice.
Thank you, 10 ton.
And you understand why she's being reluctant.
Yes, right, Krista. I could talk to you all day about this. I know you could too. Bond. We worry so much about bond for these kinds of defendants. It's scary stuff.
She does look like
violence.
Tori Spelling.
Krista
Weird.
Ramey, so glad we had you on the show today. Thank you so much for everything. We'll see you soon. And don't go anywhere. We're about to see what happens with that witness who was just arrested. I want to turn things over to Ted Rollins, who is up next. Ted, good morning.
Happy Friday, Julie, and everyone. Yeah, we'll see what's going to happen with this next.
It was important for us to take up some additional matters. We're now ready to resume testimony. Attorney Agati, whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Giles, would you please stand? And please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Giles, as we are being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell your first and your last name for the record?
Nicole Marie Giles, Nicolegiles.
And Ms. Giles, how far did you go in school?
11th grade.
11th grade. I know that you've got some difficulties with regards to being here today. I just want to thank you on behalf of everyone here in the courthouse for being able to testify for us. I'd like to ask, at one point in January to July of 2020, were you living at 177 Lake Avenue, the Families in Transition or FIT shelter in Manchester?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your room number that you were staying in?
I think 8.
8. Okay.
I believe.
While you were there, did you meet any individual by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
Okay. And where was Adam Montgomery living in the building when you were there?
Room 1.
Room 1. And who was he living with?
Kayla, Declan, and Seamus.
Okay. And Declan and Seamus, were those his children?
Yes.
Right. Thank you. Do you know where he was working at the time? Did he ever tell you where he was working?
Yes.
Where did he say he was working?
Portland Pie.
Did you ever visit him down there?
Yes.
The rooms, in your room, room 8, and their room, room 1, could you describe those rooms for the jury who may not have seen them? What do those rooms look like?
They're like bunk beds. I don't know, it's more or less like a hotel room, but you just have 2 bunk beds in there. You have your own bathroom, and it's shared living space.
Are you allowed to change the furniture while you're living there?
They ask you not to.
Okay. And what about the orientation of the furniture, where it is in the room?
You have one bed on one side of the room, one bed on the other side of the room. There's a door in the, like when you walk in, then you have a, window that has bars on it so, the kids don't fall out, and a bathroom with a tub and toilet and sink.
Okay. How often did you talk with Adam Montgomery or Kayla Montgomery? How often?
Daily.
Daily?
Yep.
During your time together, while you were staying in room 8 and they were staying in room 1, did you ever see Kayla Montgomery with bruises on her?
Yes.
Okay. Where were the bruises that you saw?
Pretty much all over her face, her abdomen, her arms, her legs.
Did you ever ask Kayla about those bruises?
Yes.
What did she say caused them?
Objection, hearsay.
We can approach, Your Honor.
Yes?
So she did not want to testify. Apparently, they picked her up because they didn't think she was going to show up. So she didn't want to be there. They picked her up. I don't know if she actually refused. I don't know what the deal. But I think she's scared. I think she didn't want to do it. And I think she didn't want her face shown. And because her attitude has completely changed from when she first came in. She was shaking. I mean, everyone seems to be petrified of this Adam. Even though he's in prison for life for the firearm, they're still scared of him like this. It's nuts. I mean, I hope she has some useful information, unlike the others they've asked. Snitches get stitches. Yep. Yep. We still all know her name. I mean, they always have reach outside of jail. Always. Always. And Adam seems to be very manipulative. Oh, that was Fanny. That was Fanny. Prosecutor Fanny. Diabolic. I'll throw the link in the chat. There you go. Thank you, Flo, for gifting, and welcome, Stephanie. Bushi thinks this is Kayla's aunt. I guess we'll find it. She is shaking her leg. See her? She's shaking bad, guys. She's anxious AF. Yeah, we can hear it. We're just muted right now. CK, I agree with you. He's the worst kind of bully. He's awful. I'm pretty sure the jury was there because they were calling their next witness. She's really breathing heavy too. She's shaken up. She is shaken up. I mean, it's about time we saw some emotion, though. Damn. All these other people were stone cold. Like, they didn't give a fuck. They were just worried about themselves, you know? There's nothing to go over. She hasn't even said anything yet. Was sworn in and we've been muted. So nothing's gone on. She just didn't want to be there. We don't know why. She might be crying. She might be talking. I don't know what's going on because we can't see her face. Oh shit. This woman helped them move from the Fit shelter to Union. She helped move them from Fit to Union.
Thank you, Ms. Giles. I apologize for the interruption. I'd like to ask you, could you describe what you saw in Kayla? You said there were bruises in different parts of her body. Could you describe what you saw? What color were the bruises?
Sometimes purple, sometimes yellow. Depends on how soon I seen them.
And what were the size of those bruises that you saw?
Some were small, like fingerprints. Others were like fists.
God bless you. How often did you see them on her?
Pretty often.
And pretty often, how often is that? I don't want to put words in your mouth, so.
There was like a new one pretty much every day.
Okay. Did the Montgomerys move out of the Fit shelter?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do anything to help them in that move?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I helped them move out with
Okay.
their belongings.
And how did you help them move out?
I helped them take their stuff from their room. I put it in my vehicle and I brought them to their apartment.
Okay, I see. So you had a vehicle, and you were helping with your vehicle to move things over.
Yes, sir.
Okay, where did they move to?
On the corner of Orange and Union. I don't remember their exact address.
Did you stay friendly with them after the move?
Yes.
Did you ever visit them in their apartment at that new building?
Yes.
Could you describe for the jury what the inside of that apartment looked like?
It was kind of cluttered, a little messy. There was cockroaches.
Cockroaches.
It was only a one bedroom. There was holes in the walls, ceiling. There was one time I went there and like it looked like the living room was torn apart and half the walls, the bathroom.
Let me ask you, you said living room was torn apart, half the walls. Let me ask about a couple of specifics if I can. What about the light fixtures? Did you ever notice anything about the light fixtures there?
Yeah, they were hanging from the ceiling.
Okay.
They weren't like secured. When he first moved in, he had thought that it was one color and now it's a different color. And then he assumed the owners were spying on him, listening to his conversations.
Did Adam Montgomery ever talk to you about any plumbing issues at that new building?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said that the tub had backed up and because I had asked, I went in to use the bathroom and the tub was dirty and I asked what happened. And he said that he was waiting for the landlord to call because the plumbing backed up.
Oh my God.
So what did you suggest to him?
I didn't really suggest anything.
Separate from time there at that location, are you aware whether or not Adam and Kayla were ever over at the Econo Lodge staying there while they still had the Union Street apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware what time of year that would have happened? Spring, winter still, I should say, or spring, or summer, or fall?
I want to say it was winter because it was like right after tax season.
Right after tax season?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
She saw Adam losing it. New bruises on Kayla every day. He destroyed their apartment looking for cameras. She
Just a
also
moment,
saw
please, Your
the
Honor.
tub after Adam did what he did in the tub before the maintenance man came and she said it was dirty.
Sorry.
Yeah, cockroaches. What the?
I knew that was coming.
And CPS was there and they didn't see cockroaches and holes in the walls and syringes. Blech.
When you were interacting
Makes me
and
mad.
talking with Adam Montgomery, what behavior, if any, did you ever see about him believing that somebody was recording him or listening to him?
He actually thought that quite often.
And did you see him do anything as a result of this?
Um,
Any actions that he would take?
He was just like, I don't know, he would ask if I thought it was true or like, look,
the number 5 bus keeps going by. They go by like 5 times. I was just going by the shelter. I'm like, that's the route, I believe. I think it was the 5 or 6. One of those two. I'm not exactly sure. But it drives straight down Lake Ave to go downtown, and he just thought it was following him. And then, the whole light fixture thing, I don't know. He's just didn't make sense half the time. So I didn't listen to him half the time.
At any point, when you described before that you had seen these bruises on Kayla Montgomery, at any point did you offer for her to get her out of that relationship?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did she accept your offer back then?
Not really.
Okay.
Not exactly. She was afraid.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe...
You wouldn't even need to have all of these things we're mentioning. They had a 1-bedroom apartment. That would have been enough. 2 babies, a 5-year-old, and a mom and a dad in a 1-bedroom apartment. That's legal. You can do that. Oh, this makes me sick. How did they never see Kayla bruise? They probably did. This is horrible. So he didn't meet her in that apartment. He talked to her somewhere else? Cameras? Ugh. You know what? How many of you think... Okay, I'm going to put a poll in the chat. They might come back. How many of you think that Kayla would have ended up dead if she would have gotten between him and Harmony? Not saying that she shouldn't have gotten in between them, but do you think that he would have killed her? I'm just curious what you think Adam's capable of. No sympathy for Kayla. I'm just saying, do you think that Adam was in the state of mind that he would have killed her too? And do you think that maybe she had to act a certain way after that happened so that he wouldn't kill her because she was a witness? Right? She became a witness to what he did. So do you think that he said, I'll fucking kill you? I mean, I'm sure he did. I love you too, Karchi. But I think if she would not have went along with him in like, okay, I'll go with the story or whatever, I think that he would have killed her. I mean, he shot someone in the face. He beat his daughter in the face with his fist. And if you're drug sick, where are you going to go that someone's going to get you not drug sick? I mean, it's all a huge mess. Because we had the one guy testify that she was drug sick and he had to give her just a little bit to make her feel better. Plus, she's pregnant and drug sick and doing drugs, and he's just beating his kid in the face. I just can't even. And I'm not excusing her. I'm just going.
Ms. Giles, I apologize. I just have one other
She's
question.
crying.
I'd asked you before about the bruises that you saw at FIT, and I just want to ask you, what did Kayla say caused those bruises that you saw at FIT?
Originally, she would say she fell, or, Seamus threw a toy, Declan hit her with the bottle.
Okay. Did she ever say anything about Adam causing those bruises?
Not till we were alone.
I'm sorry?
Not until we were alone.
And what did she say when you were alone?
She would say that Adam was doing it, and she's afraid, and she needs to get out of there, but she's afraid to leave.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Giles. Your Honor, I understand that limiting instruction is appropriate. We would ask it be given at this time.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the questioning that you just heard about what did Kayla say, the responses to that question can only be used not for the purpose of the truth of what Kayla said, but to determine the credibility of that witness, okay? So the prior consistent statements can be used only for the determining the credibility of the witness when the witness's credibility has been attacked, okay? So not for the truth, but for assessing credibility, all right?
It is still morning. Good morning, Ms. Giles.
Good morning.
My name is Jamie Brooks, and I represent Adam Montgomery. I'll be asking you a few questions as well. I just want to begin by clarifying your testimony today. You are saying that when you were at the shelter at FIT in January and February of 2020, you observed bruises on Kayla Montgomery.
Yes, sir.
When you talked to her in private, she said that those bruises you observed were from Adam.
Yes, sir.
Miss Giles, do you recall being interviewed by a Detective Dunleavy?
Yep.
This interview by Detective Dunleavy was in June of 2022?
Yes.
1.5 years ago, actually more than 1.5 years ago. And I apologize. We're making a record, so we do need to have like a kind of like a yes or no as opposed to an
Okay.
Thank you so much. This interview conducted by Detective Dunleavy in June of 2022 was at the police department.
Okay. I don't remember.
You do not remember where it was?
No, he's come to my house a couple of times. He came to, my house a couple of times. And I know I did go to the police station once, I believe. I don't remember when.
Do you remember there being an interview specifically that was recorded?
Sure, yeah. It was at the when we were at the police station. I think he did one at my kitchen table twice, or something like that.
Okay. What I'm wanting to focus on is the interview that took place at the police department.
Okay.
And you do recall having an interview at the police department?
Yeah, I don't remember what his questions or anything like that.
You don't remember what it was about?
I know what it was about. It was about Adam, but I don't remember all the questions. It was over a year ago. I'm lucky if I remember what I had for dinner last night.
This interview was conducted by not only Detective Dunleavy, but also Detective Rahill. Do you remember that?
There was some other guy in there. I don't know who it was.
And when you were there for this interview, you knew that it was about Harmony Montgomery.
Yes.
And you wanted to do everything you could to help, right?
Right.
You knew that it was being recorded, right?
Yes.
You knew that Adam had already been arrested at this point for second-degree assault.
I believe so, yeah.
Harmony's disappearance was already in the media at this point.
Okay.
By okay, do you mean yes?
I don't pay attention to the news. I don't have cable.
But you do recall that this interview was regarding Harmony Montgomery.
Yes.
And the police were asking you questions.
Right.
You wanted to answer those questions correctly.
Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry, I did not hear that.
Yes.
You wanted to tell them everything that you knew.
I didn't know nothing.
The police asked you about the time you spent with Adam and Kayla at the FIT shelter, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, the police asked you during this June 9th, 2022 recorded interview whether you were aware of any domestic violence between Adam and Kayla, correct?
Yes. And I said no.
You said that Kayla on occasion referred to Adam as a dick, right?
Yes.
But you did not state that you had observed at any point any bruises on Kayla Montgomery.
Right.
You did not tell the police that Kayla had confided in you about any domestic violence.
Right.
You did not tell the police that Kayla was in any way scared of Adam.
Right.
And this was, again, an interview where you knew what the subject was about and you wanted to do everything you could to help the police.
Okay.
By okay, you mean yes?
Sure. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you very much for your time, Ms. Giles.
Ms. Giles, about those questions you were just asked, you didn't say anything about the domestic violence, about the abuse that you saw on Kayla in June of 2022. Do you recall Detective Rahal coming to meet with you in January of this year to talk about this? I'm sorry?
Yes, in my kitchen.
In your kitchen?
Yep.
All right.
Yes, sorry.
Does not rehabilitate?
Overruled.
Thank you. So, Ms. Giles, with regards to that conversation, you were just asked a moment ago about why you didn't say anything about domestic violence with Kayla back in June of 2022. What changed? What was different between June of 2022 versus when you talked to police in January of 2024?
Just like flashbacks and memories of different things and demeanors and situations.
When you were speaking with police in June of 2022, did you want to have anything to do with the investigation?
No, I did not.
Okay. And in January of 2024, why did you sit down with police and talk with them then and share more information?
Because I'm a mother and I feel for Harmony's family.
Okay. And your testimony here today about what you saw, what you experienced, and what you heard people say with regards to that, is that the truth, just as you've taken an oath to tell today?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions, Ron.
Ms. Giles, the interview that you participated in June of 2022 was voluntary, correct?
Yes, I think. I don't remember. To be honest, I honestly don't remember. I know I was called in.
You were subpoenaed to appear here today, correct?
Unfortunately, yes.
I'm sorry, but you were not subpoenaed to appear at the police station, correct?
No.
In fact, when you were advised, or when you arrived, you were advised that this was voluntary. You did not have to speak to the police.
I guess I don't remember. I'm sorry.
It's okay. But you were not in any way told that you had to speak with the police.
I don't think so.
And again, this was not a short interview. You covered a lot of territory during that interview, correct?
I think I was there for about an hour, yeah.
If I were to, just about an hour you said, right?
I think.
So if you were told that the interview began at, say, for example, 10:24 and ended at 11:20, that'd be about an hour, right?
Yes.
And you were there voluntarily that time?
Yeah.
And you were there to help?
Do what I could and didn't think I'd be here risking my own life.
Thank you.
Your Honor, no further questions. We'd ask for the witness to be excused, please, so she may go.
Ma'am, You may be excused. You're not to take pictures on the way out.
That was stressful. Next witness, please.
State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Mr. Michael Doe to the stand.
Michael Dove. Everyone say hi to Jess. She's over there by the wall. Second row by the wall.
Please go to the witness stand. Please watch your step on the cords there. And remain standing when you get there, sir. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony you would give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. Dope, as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead and state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Michael Dobe, Michaeldobe.
And Mr. Dobe, what town do you live in?
Londonderry, New Hampshire.
Okay. How long have you been living there?
10, 11 years.
Okay. And how far did you go in school?
I have an associate's degree.
In what field?
Criminal justice.
And with regards to that associate's degree in criminal justice, can I ask a little bit about your work history? What are some of the kind of different jobs that you've had in your life?
Yep, so I've worked about 15 years in the security and asset protection field.
And what are the different businesses that you did security and asset protection for?
I did security at the Mall of New Hampshire, and then I did asset protection for Kmart, Rite Aid, Walmart, and Macy's.
In Macy's. Are you still working at Macy's now?
I am not.
Okay. Where do you work now?
I work for the Department of Veteran Affairs.
And what do you do for them?
I was hired as a police officer, but I'm currently working in dispatch until I can go to the police academy.
Okay. And when is that scheduled to be?
April.
In April of this year?
Correct.
Okay. You said that before you were working at Walmart. What are the different Walmarts that you've worked in?
I was mainly out of the Manchester, New Hampshire store. I would assist in other stores, like just during inventory.
And the Manchester, New Hampshire store, just for jurors who may not be familiar, where is that Walmart in Manchester?
725 Gold Street.
Okay. If we were going to leave here at the courthouse, what would be the way that you would take to get down to where that is, where Gold Street is?
Me personally, I would just go up Central Street to Beach, take a right onto Beach to South Willow, and then South Willow to Gold Street, and then the Walmart's right there.
How long did you work at that particular Walmart?
Approximately 2 years.
And what are the other Walmarts that you've worked at?
There was a few. Keene, Hooksett, and a couple of other ones, but I don't remember the towns.
In regards to the Manchester one, was there anybody else that was working security and asset protection with you at that location?
Yeah, there was a few of us.
And how were your shifts divided up? What shifts would you work most of the time?
We were just based off the needs of the business, so it wasn't anything in particular. Sometimes I would open, sometimes I would close, and same with the others.
Are you familiar with the layout of the store? I would assume so, but I don't want to make an assumption.
I am.
Okay. And with regards to that layout of the store, could you go ahead and just kind of briefly talk us through, if I were to go in the main entrance of that particular Walmart, the one here in Gold Street, what do I walk into, and what are the different areas of the store that I can walk to?
So there's two main entrances at Walmart. There's the grocery entrance and the general merchandise entrance. When you go through the general merchandise doors, it's the general merchandise area, health and beauty, stationery, arts and crafts, stuff like that. And then the grocery entrance is where the grocery side is.
Inside that particular store, is there a device over near the well, I should ask, is there a service counter? There is. Okay. And near the service counter, is there a device over there that's called an Echo or ECO, ECO, ATM?
There
An
is.
Echo ATM. Could you explain to the jurors what an Echo ATM is?
So essentially, it's just a humanless pawn shop. You can put your electronic items in it, and it will give you cash.
And while you were there at that particular Walmart, had they always had an Echo ATM machine there?
As far as I remember, yes.
Had you ever used the Echo ATM machine yourself?
Not to its fullest extent, just to get an estimate to see how the kiosk worked.
Could you describe that for the jurors, actually? What's the process that a person would go through if they're going to go ahead and use this device to turn in an electronic device?
I don't remember the exact steps, but from what I remember is it gave me a sticker to put on the back of my phone, and then I would plug it into the machine, and I would set it on to the kiosk, and it would analyze it or does whatever it does, and then it gave me an estimate.
And then, so it gives you an estimate, and what does that estimate look like? Are we talking about dollars?
Correct.
Okay. And then, have you taken it any farther with that particular machine?
I did not. It gives you the option to either agree to take the money or to give your property back, and I opted to get my property back.
Have you seen other people using that machine?
I have.
Have you seen somebody use it that opts to go ahead and recycle their electronic device and get payment?
I haven't watched people start to finish do it, but I have seen people get cash out of the machine.
Okay. I'd like to ask, with regards to an interaction you had with the Manchester Police Department back in early January of 2022, were you ever requested for security camera footage from around that area of the Eco ATM and the entire store?
Yes.
And was that request for between the time period, for around December 30th or December 31st of 2021?
It was.
How familiar are you with the security camera layout at that Walmart?
Pretty good.
Can you describe it for us, the different types of cameras that are used and the different ways that you can either view those cameras live or view recorded footage?
Yep, so we have stationary cameras, which are cameras that are just in one spot and don't move. Some are high up, some are low. And then we also have PTZs, which stands for pan, tilt, zoom. And those cameras can pan 360 degrees, zoom in and out, and tilt up and down.
And where do you access the camera system?
From the Asset Protection Office.
And I take it working in asset protection, you had access to that office?
I did.
All right. With regards to the recording that was done, how long did, back at that point in 2022, how long did Walmart hold on to recorded surveillance footage?
It just depended on the camera and how much activity was recorded on that camera, but it was anywhere between 2 to 3 months.
Were you asked to then, again, get video footage from December 30th or December 31st of 2021 and provide that to the Manchester Police Department?
I was able to do that.
Okay. So how did you do that? How do you obtain that for the officers when they requested it?
So pretty much generally what they do is they'll give me a time frame and a general description of what I'm looking for, and then I would review that video, and then I would burn the times associated with the video frames.
Were you able to find a specific time for an Eco ATM transaction that the police asked about?
I did.
Okay. And were you able, from viewing that video, to see the people who came in and made that transaction?
I was able to, yes.
From the cameras that you had available and the footage that you had available, what, if anything, were you able to view or record about their movements inside the entire store?
So I was able to see 3 people approach the Eco ATM machine, and then while one person remained at the Eco ATM machine, 2 others then proceeded to walk around the store.
Were you able to recover the footage of all 3 of those people the entire time that they were within the store?
I was.
And once you were able to see that footage, did you make a recording and provide that to the Manchester Police Department?
I did.
approach your own?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Doe, I'm going to show you a stick drive or a thumb drive that's been marked State's Exhibit 141. With regards to that particular thumb drive, are you familiar with that drive?
I am.
Have you had a chance to review the contents of that drive?
I was.
And what is on that drive?
The video that I provided the Manchester Police Department.
And for the purposes of today's hearing in this particular court proceeding, are those all of the recordings that are available for us today of that particular interaction, that ECO ATM transaction?
Yes.
And does that also include the other video cameras that you talked about that cover other areas of the store so you can follow people around from one location to another?
Yes.
And is this a true and accurate copy of the video that you provided to the Manchester Police for those particular video files?
It is.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for the identification to be stricken from State's Exhibit 141 to be published to the jury.
Any objection?
Only accordance with prior.
The ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit, and it may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Doe, I would like to ask you, with regards to this particular series of, or this areas of video footage, how are the video footage itself? Is there a notation that's made or somewhere in the recording about the time that the video was captured? Is that in the footage, or is there another way that that's recorded on this drive?
Some camera angles might have it on the screen when you're watching it. Otherwise, it would be on the document itself, like the saved profile.
The saved profile?
Yeah. Mr. Doe, what I'm going to do now is I'd like to have us take a look at the footage that you have, that you were able to provide. And if you can just give me a brief moment. I'm going to direct your attention to the screen, and hopefully we'll have the footage over there. Mr. Doe, with regards to these particular drive and its contents, I'd like to go ahead and show you the index of the files themselves. Excuse me. Apologize. With regards to that, is that accurate in terms of your listing of all of the files that are available on this particular drive? Yes.
And you've reviewed each one of those videos, correct?
I have.
And again, they're accurate for what was provided.
Correct.
With regards to that, I know they're rather hard to see, so if you'll excuse me for a second, I'm going to bring them back over on my screen. And I would like to have you kind of take us through the store.
Okay.
And I'd like to watch different areas of this video footage. We may not watch every single one, but it's my understanding you testified these do cover, for the purposes of today's hearing, all of the relevant video times of these three people being in the store.
That's correct.
So I'd like to start with the file that is entitled Entrance General Merchandise. And with regards to that, I see that there's a title on the slide, General Merchandise, that specifically goes to 135514. Is that a timestamp, sir?
Yes.
So the timestamp is recorded right on the file itself?
Correct.
And also, I should ask, with regards to these videos, is any audio recorded here, or is it just video?
Just video.
Just video. Excuse me just a second, sir. I apologize for the delay. So this is the Entrance General Merchandise video?
That's correct.
And with regards to this, the people that you followed for this ECO ATM transaction, pardon me, that had been done on December 30th of 2021, if you would please point out the three as they come through the store.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll pause it.
These are the three individuals.
So could you describe the very first person that's walking in that group, and I'll use the
I'll use the pointer to point to that individual.
Yep, it's a female wearing either a dark blue or a black jacket, and then there is another female behind her wearing a long sleeve blue shirt, and then a male wearing a black jacket and a tan hat.
And I'm stopping the video in, again, a few seconds into this, we're still seeing the same 3 individuals.
That's correct.
So this would be those 3 coming into the store?
That is correct.
Is there another camera just a little bit deeper from that very exterior door that also covers people coming through kind of a vestibule area?
Yes.
And is that one entitled one of your PTZ? What does that stand for again?
Pan, tilt, zoom.
Pan, tilt, zoom. Thank you. Pan, tilt, zoom. Would camera number 17 be able to show us more footage of that doorway?
Yes.
Playing that file, 1355-36.
And then...
Yep, I'm going to pause it right there. Go ahead, sir.
These are the 3 individuals that we had saw in the previous video.
That area that we see them walk off the screen, where is that area leading to?
That's the front of the store by the registers, and they're heading towards the service desk.
I'd like to go to the service desk video that you've provided, and I'm referring to track service desk overview monitor, again, on 12/30 of 2021, from 13:55:50 through 14:29. And I'm going to go ahead and pause this video here for a brief second. Generally, what part of the store is this?
This is the front end of the store, and this is the service desk area.
And so what do I see? Kind of at the very top of our screen here, line of kind of blue. Are those checkout aisles that I'm seeing?
Yep, those are the front end registers.
And can you please point out where the Eco ATM machine is to recycle electronics? Where's that?
It's right here.
There. So you're pointing to the green device on the left-hand side of the screen up against a blue wall. Is that a good, accurate description?
That's correct.
What I'd like to do is go ahead and keep playing this video for a moment, and then have you tell us when you see those same 3 people come back into view of the camera.
These are the 3 right here.
Hold on a second. Right there?
Correct.
Could you please point out where those 3 are again? First of all, we'll start with the woman that was in the dark colored jacket from before.
Yep.
Okay. And the woman in the light blue colored sweatshirt, and the gentleman with the darker sweatshirt and the tan hat. I'm going to let this play for just a minute, and I'd like to ask you a couple of questions while it's playing. So
okay.
I apologize, but all of our attention is going to be on the screen right now as we're watching this. The woman in the light blue sweatshirt, what color bag does she have?
It appears pink.
And the gentleman with the dark sweatshirt may have just pulled up his pants there with his tan colored hat. What color shoes generally?
Looks black.
Now, when you have used this device yourself, this Eco ATM, how long did it take for you to plug in the device and get an estimate about what you might be able to get for that device?
Just for the estimate, I would say it was approximately 5 minutes.
I'm just going to back it up a little bit. I apologize. I think I was talking over something. So do we still see the same 2 females that came in using the device?
That is correct.
And the gentleman, can we see that gentleman in the tan hat here?
No.
Can we see the gentleman in the tan hat now?
Yes.
Where is he?
He's back at the Eco ATM machine behind the female with the black jacket.
Go ahead and press play. Could you please stand up again for a moment and show us where he is?
Yep.
As we're watching the three of them at the machine, Mr. Dope, this particular camera, does this have the ability to zoom in, pan, or tilt, or is this just a fixed camera?
This is just a fixed camera.
So the video image that we see is, this is the angle we get. We can't zoom in anymore.
That's correct.
Gentleman in the tan hat, you still see him in this at this point in the recording?
I do.
Point out where he is, please. Thank you.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
You know, if I can ask you, with regards to the Eco ATM, again, as we're continuing to watch the footage together, with regards to that device, do you know whether or not that device records photographs of the individuals who are using the device?
It does.
Individual with the light blue colored sweatshirt, from this angle here, can you see whether or not she's leaning on the ATM?
It does appear that she is, yes.
And the other woman in the dark colored jacket, is she still standing next to her?
She is.
And it's my understanding you've seen this video a couple different times, correct, Mr. Doe?
That's correct.
And this, standing at this particular device, this goes on for some time, is that right?
It does.
At some point, Mr. Doe, as we're watching along here, are we going to witness the gentleman in the tan hat with the dark-colored sweatshirt and the possibly black shoes, or at least dark-colored shoes? Are we going to see him walk away from the two women that are using the device?
That's correct.
And when he comes back, does he have on all of the exact same clothing, or has it changed at all?
It's changed. He had removed his jacket and he's wearing a staff t-shirt.
So, and during that time period, do you see the two women leave the Eco ATM while he's gone and then coming back changed?
I don't recall if it's during that, but I do recall one of the females leaving with the male at some point.
In your review of this section of the video, does the gentleman in the tan hat ever stand up to the screen, or is he behind the ladies like he is now?
He's either behind the ladies or standing to the side of the machine.
Which side of the machine?
The side closest to the registers. So from this angle, it would be the right-hand side.
Right-hand side, top of the screen.
Correct.
Everything, Myron. Everything. They were just living fix to fix. I mean, kids don't fit in that arena. Kids don't fit in this arena. When we as human beings are so hooked on drugs, this is what we resort to. Going in a Walmart and throwing stolen shit into a humanless ATM pawn shop. This thing's called the Eco ATM, by the way. I think they were Jones in here. Because that's pretty bold to just walk around Walmart and then go to the very front of the store and put stolen goods in there. Because they got to go in the store. This is at the, this is at the customer service desk.
Mr. Doe, we're now about 9 minutes and 40 seconds into this particular camera footage. Can you still see the same three individuals?
I can.
Yep. Exactly, W.
Do you know how many items were recycled?
Look at that
during
old
this
man looking at
transaction?
them like, what the
I don't.
fuck, these kids. Look at that old man looking at them. He's like, these kids are trouble, man. Look at him. Oh. Shakes his head. He's keeping his eye on them. He's watching what the hell they're doing. That's what it looks like they're doing. And I think that's Kelsey Small, the one that died.
Do you know any of the
overdose
individual items that were recycled during this transaction?
I just know of a phone, but I'm not sure of a particular phone.
So not a particular number or
it's
make or
stealing.
model, anything like that.
That's
just
correct.
A phone.
You can't take shit off the shelves and put it in a Eco ATM. That's stealing. I think he said a phone.
And the gentleman in the tan hat, where is he now at this point in the video?
He's still on the side of the Eco ATM machine closest to the service desk, so that would be the left-hand side of the machine.
If they show all of this, Adam and Kelsey go walking around the store. Think they were getting rid of evidence on their phones? Maybe. But I think they were walking around. I don't know what the hell they were doing. God only knows. We'll find out, I guess, if they tell us. You put something in your bag and you're walking around the store, dude, they're going to grab you. You don't have to walk out the doors anymore. They don't play. You conceal an item, you done. You don't even have to go to the exit. I guess Kelsey was Adam's girlfriend after Kayla, but aren't they married?
Lower side of the screen as we're still watching what's unfolding. Can you tell us how long this video
Kayla's
track
hanging
is,
out
please?
with her husband's girlfriend?
It's cut off a
Weird.
little bit, but I believe it's a little over 33 minutes.
33 minutes long.
Yeah.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to move forward a little bit in time. I know you stated at one time that this individual is going to change his clothing, the gentleman in the tan hat.
That's correct.
Action. Characterization, I think he testified.
Characterization.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. Let me
Objection
withdraw
is
the question.
sustained.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Dobe, I believe that, I apologize, you did testify at one point that he's going to take off his jacket, correct?
That's correct.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to move forward in time to a moment to when we see that, if we could, please.
Okay.
So I apologize, my eyes are not what they used to be for me to be able to see. Are we about 2 minutes or so? Well, hold on a moment. At this point, is the gentleman in the tan hat walking away?
See, there they
He
go.
is.
Okay.
They're going to go walk around the store now.
And what about the young lady who was wearing the dark jacket?
So
Yes,
Kayla's
she's
by
following him.
herself
It's following.
with her pink bag. And she starts like
I believe
walking
you
away
said
from the
that you
machine, then
have
comes
other
back.
cameras in the store that cover different sections of the store. Is that right?
That's correct.
With regards to that, let me ask you, are any of those cameras a little bit closer to be able to see an individual's face or what they're wearing?
Yes.
And why is that? I'm going to pause the video here. Why is that? Why do you have cameras that are closer to people as compared to a camera like this, which appears to be up in the corner?
So some of the departments, we consider them high risk, meaning that there's a lot of theft that comes out of that department. So there's better camera angles in those aisles. So some of them are closer, not exactly face level, but it's almost face level. It's probably about 6.5, 7 feet from the floor. And we call those the public view monitors. And that's because when you enter the aisle, the camera, there's a monitor above the camera that shows yourself in that aisle, so you can actually see yourself in that aisle.
A customer can see themselves.
Correct.
In that aisle. Okay. And what's the point of having that set up?
So people know that they're on camera.
What I'd like to do is talk with you about, we're going to leave this video footage here for a moment. I'd like to go to a different track, if I can, to one of those cameras so you can kind of explain that to us. Specifically, I'd like to go to a track that you've provided listed Cosmetics EVPM 6, again, on December 30th, 2021, 14/28/33 through 14/28/51. Is this one of those cameras?
It is.
You see the gentleman in the tan hat here?
I do.
And you stated before about his jacket. Is that still on or has that been removed?
It's been removed.
Could you please point out where the gentleman in the tan hat is? And the lady in the black coat. Is that the same, are those the same individuals that we saw before coming into the store together with the other female wearing the light blue sweatshirt?
Yes, that's correct.
Pressing play. What's written on the back of his jacket there? Or shirt, excuse me.
Staff.
Staff. And the front of the shirt, did you see the logo?
I did. I don't recall. I believe it was Coors Light or something of that nature.
You have cameras on multiple areas of the cosmetics aisle, so can we follow where they went to right after they turned the corner there?
Yes.
I'd like to now play for you a track you provided listed Cosmetics EPVM4, again, December 30th, 2021, 14/28/47 through 14/29/13, and ask you some questions about this. The two individuals that walked in the middle of the screen, did you recognize who they were?
Yep, those are the same individuals.
And now I'd like to move to the next track that you provided, Cosmetics EVPM 6, December 30th, 2021, 14/29/10 through 14/29/21. These are the same individuals that we're seeing here on this video?
Yes.
Can you, now that you've got, to be able to see the gentleman, can you make out what's on his shirt?
I see the letters COO.
And from this aisle, does that progress to another aisle that has video footage of the two of them closer up like that?
I believe so, yes.
I'd like to now show you the file that you provided, Cosmetics EVPM 5, December 30th, 2021, from 14/29/18 through 14/32/16. Let us know if you see those same two individuals come on this video clip, please.
I do.
Could you point out where they are?
This is the male and then the female.
Can you still see the same tan hat from before?
I can.
With regards to these last three video clips that we've watched and the one that we're watching right now, do you see the dark colored jacket that he had on from before?
He is not wearing the jacket.
I'm going to pause the video here about halfway through. Now, do you have a chance to see the other half of his shirt here?
I do.
And do you recognize the logo on that shirt now that you see both halves?
Yes, it appears that it says Coors.
Press and play. Mr. Job, you said that some of the cameras are very close. Is that some of the closest cameras that you had when you were working at Walmart to a person's face and features?
The only other close ones I would think of would be the entrance and the exits.
And is there also kind of a, let's say, a middle view as compared compared to kind of an eye in the sky for you? Is there one almost that's like in the middle, where you get a little bit closer to the individual, but maybe it's not up on a ceiling?
Yes, there are some of those.
And specifically, do you have any like that comes with a label called razor blades when it comes to your video?
Yes.
Why is it that Walmart keeps video footage over the razor blade section?
It's just another aisle that's considered high risk.
I'd like to play one of the other tracks that you've provided, entitled Razor Blades, again, December 30th, 2021, from 14:32:50 through 14:34:31. And ask you about this video. Is this that other view?
It is.
Can we see the same two people in this video?
We can.
I apologize, I was talking over that part. Let me start from the beginning again. Could you please let us know when you see them, and I will pause the video footage as we're playing back now.
I see them, and they're on the far left of the screen.
Could you please point out where they are in this image?
Yep.
Thank you. Play. The cosmetic section that we saw them walking through before, is that just to the left or the right of this camera footage?
It's to the left.
To the left, okay. Do you see them again?
I do.
Please point out where they are on the screen. So down at the bottom center, coming up the aisle.
That's correct.
Where are the exits in relation to this aisle?
The exits?
Yeah.
So the general merchandise exit is just to the right of this camera view.
So I'm pointing to like the top right off the screen.
Correct. So just past this aisle is the pharmacy, and then right after the pharmacy is the general merchandise exit.
And what about the grocery exit?
That's farther down.
Same direction?
Correct.
And with regards to these two individuals, were you able to capture footage, or were you able to see footage that was captured of them exiting the store?
I was.
I'd like to specifically play, again from the same exhibit, track that you provided entitled Exit Grocery, December 30th, 2021, from 14:36:25 through 14:36:34. You see the gentleman in the tan hat?
I do.
And can you describe what he's wearing at this point?
He is still wearing the tan hat and the Coors t-shirt.
And then, bring 2 more seconds in, you see the woman in the dark coat for them from before?
I do.
Is she still wearing the dark coat?
She is.
With regards to all of the footage that's available on this particular drive, does it appear that she changes her appearance at all during the time that she's in the store?
It does not.
And other than the fact that he removes the dark colored jacket, does it appear that he changes his appearance other than the jacket?
It does not.
Do you know where that jacket went or where he placed it?
I do not.
And finally, back at the service desk monitor, 32 minutes in. You've reviewed all of this footage, is that correct, Mr. Doe?
I have.
And with regards to this, does this particular individual, the one in the light blue sweatshirt, stay there and finish a transaction before leaving?
She does.
Do you see her exit with the other two or not?
She does not, and she actually exits a different door.
Mr. Mr. Doe, we're going to end there. With regards to that and the other footage on there, once you had that provided, once you had that obtained, who did you provide it to at the Manchester Police Department?
I don't recall if I gave it to an officer exactly or if I dropped it off at the front desk, but I know the video was for Detective Bergeron Rosa.
Other than the footage that we went through, I know you stated that there are additional moments in that footage that you provided of them walking around the store. Is that correct?
Correct.
For what's been admitted as an exhibit here today, is there any additional footage of them closer up to the face, or what we see was as close as we could get?
That's as close as we could get.
Thank you. Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Dobe. I have no further questions for you. Defense counsel may have a few.
Okay.
Just excuse me, just briefly. For those that don't know what an Echo ATM is and how it works, you walk up to the machine with whatever you want to exchange, right?
That's correct.
And then you scan it, right?
I believe so.
Okay, do you know the rest of it?
I don't know the entire process, no.
Okay, okay. And have you seen, never mind. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor. No. We'd ask for the witness to be excused, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, sir, you may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like this is just the right time to take a lunch break. So thank you for your attention this morning. We'll take a lunch break now, 1 hour, hopefully starting back in 1 hour. So please be back from lunch at 10 after 1. Okay, 10 after 1. Thank you, everybody. All rise for the jury.
Stand up!
No, I need
All right. Any preliminary matters we need to deal with?
Your Honor, just with regards to the state's next
You can be seated. Sorry.
With regards to the state's next witness, we will ask if the lights can be dimmed as much as possible due to the medical condition that he is facing right now.
Any objection?
No.
Okay. No. Okay. Let's surprise the jurors and let's really start at 10 after 1. If for any reason there's some issue that comes up during lunchtime and you want to see me, just let a court officer know or let someone know. They'll come get me. I'm available. Okay?
I will be reviewing another exhibit by the state that I have not seen. It is not about the next witness, and I'm sure the next witness will be a while, so it's nothing that needs to be brought up during lunch, but I don't know if I will have an issue or not.
If you do, let's try to if you do and you know you do and we can address it before we come back. I'd rather do that than try to do it when we're, when we just have a short break. So if there's something you know that we can address that you have, then let me know.
Okay.
Okay? All right. Very good. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah. Counsel, anybody needed for transport for tomorrow?
Tomorrow?
I'm sorry, Tuesday. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. She thinks she's so funny, and the woman is not funny. So they're saying that the next witness has a medical condition that requires dimmed lights. He got 30 years. So I want to show y'all. We're going to keep this up, but I want to show you guys what they didn't show you. And what they didn't show you was Adam grabbing Kelsey's face. Because it says a lot, and I don't know why they wouldn't show that. Oh, here's the body cam. Let's watch this too. The body cam on the 30th when he was living with Kelsey. Adam Montgomery's girlfriend found dead in hotel room. I gotta find the weapons trial. Is it firearms, I guess? I always say weapons. But I think they called it firearms on Law and Crime or whatever. Here we go. Yeah, right here. Right here. They should have showed this. Bear with me, folks. My computer is lagging. I have to pause this.
From the general merchant, it's closer to the general merchandise entrance.
General merchandise?
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you walk in through that entrance, you take a right, and it's right there.
I'm going to make this bigger so you guys can see.
At that point, I'd like to go to the next track that you provided to the police department. Cosmetics EPVM 4, 12/30/2021, from 14/28/47 through the same date of 14/29/13.
And get your fingers ready because we're going to do a little bit of trivia in
Show you
just a
that
few
track.
minutes after this.
And tell us if you can see those same two individuals.
It's Kelsey Small.
I do.
And what is the relationship of this aisle compared to the last aisle that we just
See, they're
saw?
fighting. See him?
They're right next to each other.
She's mad or something. He's... You think it's my internet? Why would my internet make my computer lag? It says one window is using 1 gigabyte of memory. It says it's using a lot of
At
memory.
this point, I'd like to
I don't have enough
ask you
memory on this
now
thing.
about the next track that you provided to the Manchester
My
Police
computer. I
Department.
did a speed
track
test. It's
entitled
Cosmetics
excellent.
EVPM 6, 12/30/2021, from
It's like
14/29/10
100
through the
download
same
and like
date of
8 upload.
14/29/21. Is this the first aisle that we saw from that first cosmetics track?
Yes.
And do you see the same two individuals here?
See, we didn't get this clear, all this footage. Why didn't they show all this?
And I believe you said that that aisle that we just saw is directly next to the one that we saw previously.
I believe so, yes.
I'd like to go to the next track that you provided, Cosmetics EVPM 5, 12/30/2021, from 14/29/18 through the same date of 14/32/60.
I think it's my computer. It's the RAM, I think.
Please let us know if you
Because I
see
have the
those same two
cheapest Mac
individuals.
Mini on the market.
And which aisle does this cover?
This is also cosmetics.
Okay. Is it the same aisle that we just saw a moment ago, but from a different angle, or?
No, this is a different aisle, I believe.
Okay. And do you
Look
see
how
the same
thin her hair
individual in
is,
the tan
too.
hat and the young lady with him?
I do.
This isn't Kayla. Kayla has dark hair. This is Kelsey Small. Buttercup, that's the question of the day. I have no idea. Yeah, Kelsey's the one that's died. Look how thin her hair is. She dies like less than 3 months after this. She looks terrible. Look at her head. She was really, really pretty before. I don't think Macs have video cards. They're not like Windows.
Would you agree with me? It's fair to say that these cameras are much closer to individuals than those earlier shots over at the service
I
desk.
think somebody's in
They are, yeah.
recovery, and that's probably why they can't have bright lights. Just a thought. Based on the history of this case, just a hunch. Could he be forcing her? I don't know. He grabs her face. Wait for it. You'll see it. We know he's a bastard. He's got stuff in his hands, though. He's aggressive as hell.
The item that the gentleman in the tan hat seems to have in his hand, were you able to identify what that is?
If I remember correctly from one of the frames in the video, it was a prepaid phone, it looked like.
Okay. Thank you.
The cop said her death wasn't suspicious. I think he did too. Drugs. She overdosed. Look how horrible she looks. I mean, she looks really frail. I don't think it's too far-fetched to think that she OD'd. Maybe she
How
did
long
know
does
something
Walmart
about
hold on
Harmony.
to
Who knows?
These videos. What's the time period of retention on them typically?
It just depends, but it's typically anywhere between a month to 3 months.
Thank you.
Is he like wanting her to steal? Or I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell. Look at him in his Gucci hat. I can't with. Ugh. So gross.
And now I'd like to show you and ask you questions about the last of the cosmetic tracks that you provided to Manchester Police Department. Cosmetics EVPM 6/12/30/2021 from 14/32/22 through the same date of 14/33/1. If I could direct your attention to the screen and let us know if you see those same two individuals, okay?
Yep.
Thank you.
I think this might be where he grabs her face. Watch close.
I do.
She goes one way. Yeah,
Let us
watch.
know if they reappear on the screen.
Watch. She comes back. Yeah, this is it. Watch close, guys.
They do.
See that? He's freaking chasing her. Did you see that? Let's rewind. She's trying to get away from him, dude. I wonder if he did kill her.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Doe.
Yep.
Let's watch that again.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'm slowing it down so you guys can see that part.
I do.
And let us know if they reappear on the screen.
Watch how he chases her after he grabs her face. Watch how he chases after her around that corner. Watch. Watch him now. He's like, look at, I wonder what he did when he came around that corner. What did he do when he caught up with her? He's a bastard. I hate him. I hate
Let
Adam
us know
Montgomery.
if they reappear on the screen.
Imagine what he did to that little girl. That son of a bitch. Why didn't they show this today? Why didn't they show this?
They do.
He hates women. That's what someone said. He hates women. His mother abandoned him and he hates women. Yeah, he lunged at her. But they come back across. Watch. Right. Did he punch her? Well, you know what? Maybe if we watch them exiting, we can see something. Let's watch them exiting the store and see what her face looks like. Okay, now watch. They're going to come back across again. It's like she's trying to get away from him. Right, if they would have shown this, like, I could understand, but what was the point of what we saw? Kayla at the machine and him walking around Walmart with a girl. Okay. I don't get this. And I can't help but think they're just going through the motions right now.
Alright.
Oh, I guess that was it. Okay. Sorry, that's creepy. Let me... Let's watch the exit. Here, what's this?
That aisle is, but the one to the right of it is the razor blade aisle, so it'd be the
Oh, this
aisle
is when they're in the razor blade aisle.
Okay.
Hold on. We're back to the blurry camera. He's awful. When Adam couldn't get his way, Adam manhandled. Okay, here's them coming out.
I do.
And these are the same two individuals
We don't have anything
that you followed
clearer
through
than
the store
this?
from the Eco ATM machine all the way through those other areas of the cosmetics section near the razor blade aisle and then to exiting the store.
Correct.
Finish playing it. Now from that, I'd like to finally go back to that last, the first video that we looked at, the service desk video. The individual you saw in kind of that light blue or seafoam colored top there.
Yep.
Did you see her exit with these two individuals, or did she exit separately?
I believe she exits separately. She did not leave with them.
And going back to the service desk interview, I know a moment ago we left off at approximately 31 seconds. I'm going to try with my eyesight to get her up to around 32:55. Is that the same individual still, the Ego ATM?
It is.
Well, they have better cameras in the more
when you use an Eco ATM, how do
areas
you get
that are more prone for
you
shoplifting.
get paid for these devices?
I'm not sure how that part works with the ATM.
Okay. What about for yourself?
Okay,
and the
but I have a
experience of-
question because we've listened to all this testimony from the beginning of 2020. How was he separated from Kayla when he was living with her at the fit center and she was carrying a bag to Portland Pie? I don't understand this timeline at all. At all. This was December the 30th or something like that. This girl died in March, but was his girlfriend. But meanwhile, he's working at Portland Pie and hanging out with Kimberly Fran and Travis Beach and with Kayla at the Cano Lodge and living with her in Union Street in the Fit Center and on the bus with the lady. Explain this timeline to me when he became boyfriend, girlfriend with Kelsey. Separated? How do you get separated when you're living in a vehicle together? Explain this to me. When they were separated, where was Kayla living? At her mom's? Was she meeting Adam to get drugs? Like what? They said Kelsey didn't know about Harmony. Right. 21. Oh, Allison. Shit. Okay. My bad. Fuck. I get it. No, they don't. They just said it wasn't suspicious. So I assumed it was an overdose, but who knows? I mean, it wouldn't be too far-fetched that she overdosed. You know what I'm saying? 30 minutes at that thing. Crazy. Let's go back and see if we can see them leaving clearer. I don't know if they have clearer footage of that or not. He's a son of a bitch, that's for sure.
From the general
He's
merchandise.
so aggressive, too.
General merchandise entrance.
General merchandise?
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you walk in through that entrance.
So they're in the loofah aisle for what? They don't show them leaving other than that blurry ass footage. This is it.
Store.
Correct.
you're playing it.
Drugs.
Now from that, I'd like to.
So
finally
that
go
was the
back-
Walmart footage. I paused that because it was lagging me. Yeah, I mean, we can't expect them to have judgment like we do because they're on crack. You know, crack and heroin. I mean, you can't expect them to think like we do. And it's going to take them that long in a freaking machine because they're on crack. Or they're withdrawing from the drugs, which is just as bad. So let's watch that body cam. I forgot about that. Let's watch the body cam of him getting caught living in the car. This is 2 minutes long. After this, we're going to play some trivia, so get ready. You're going to have to call in, though. You're going to have to call in to my hotline, but don't do it yet. But you're going to call into the hotline, and we're going to do some trivia questions for some merch. Because we didn't meet our goals this week, guys. We did not meet any of them. But I'm still going to make you earn some prizes because it's Friday.
Well, tonight, our first look at body camera video showing the moment police first questioned Adam Montgomery about the disappearance of his daughter, Harmony. Prosecutors now believe that he murdered her.
WBZ obtained some of the evidence that prosecutors have used to build their case, and it shows Harmony's stepmother was the first to tell detectives what happened to the little girl. WBZ's Beth Germano has the evidence and some new information on the case against the stepmother.
Hey, keep your hands where I can see them. What's going on?
He was found sleeping in a car in a Manchester, New Hampshire parking lot on December 31st, 2021, when investigators caught up with Adam Montgomery for the first time to question him about the whereabouts of his daughter, Harmony, who hadn't been seen in 2 years and is now presumed dead.
It just seems a little strange that you don't want to tell us where she is.
All right, I got nothing else to say to you guys.
He repeatedly refused to answer questions in a 45-minute interaction, but did claim she was alive.
Your daughter's alive? Yeah. You're sure? I'm positive. You're swear on your life? I swear on my life.
But the body cam footage later reveals he said Harmony had been picked up by her mother around Thanksgiving in 2019, and he hadn't seen her since. And during a police interrogation following his arrest, again he refused to cooperate.
Can you make me a promise? Like, man to man? Can you tell me that she's alive? You're gonna play the same word games that you played with me the other day.
This week, Adam Montgomery was charged with second-degree murder in the death of the little girl, whose body has never been found. In the meantime, a plea deal may come next week in 3 charges against Harmony's stepmother, Kayla Montgomery, according to her defense attorney who appeared before a judge at Superior Court here in Manchester today.
Anytime a defendant enters a plea agreement and enters a plea, it's an indication they want to resolve the case.
She's accused of welfare fraud, receiving stolen weapons, and perjury. Court documents now also reveal that back in June, Kayla Montgomery told detectives Adam was the murderer and she should lie to police.
Is Kayla Montgomery a key witness in the case against Adam Montgomery?
That's for the state to say. I can't give you an opinion on that.
How and if she helps the case remains to be seen. Beth Germano, WBZ News.
Yeah.
Well, tonight
it does remain to be seen because we're still baffled and trying to figure it out, right? So I think that was him and Kelsey in that car. Kelsey died in March, so I don't know where he was. I can't keep his whereabouts straight. He's a nut job. I know. Do you promise me man to man? Like you're talking to someone that you think killed his daughter. Man to man. Did they really think that was going to get Adam to confess? Oh, man to man, I'm going to call you a man, so you should feel comfortable coming clean. Not. What a joke. The whole thing makes me angry. It's an awful, awful, awful situation. It's like layers upon layers upon layers of bullshit. And I'm not excusing any behavior, but in order to understand the situation, you have to understand what they were on. Never heard from her family. There's 2 smalls on the witness list, but I don't know. That's all I know. Let's do some trivia really quick, because then I'm gonna take a little break too. I need to get up from this chair. It's been grueling. So what we're gonna do is we have a mug, and I don't have any examples to show you. I'm sorry, but we have a mug and a t-shirt to give away. So let me get the hotline pulled up. You're right, he's not a man. Exactly. Tell me if you guys can hear this. I'm going to test the audio on this first. Make sure. Can you hear that? Pretty sure you can. Let me know if you guys heard that. So what we're going to do is we're going to take I'm going to play it like a radio show. Okay. So we're going to take the third caller number 3 right now at 727-755-6001. That is area code 727-755-6001. The third caller to call in will get a series of questions. And you will have 1 minute to answer those questions. And if you answer them all, you're a wiener. So I've got my 1 minute timer ready. The phone is not ringing. Come on, third caller, 727-221. 727-755-6001. You are caller 1.
Exclusive
Thank
floor
you.
cover.
Call from Kelly.
You're caller 2.
To accept, press 1.
Oops.
To send a voicemail, press 2.
You're caller 2. All right, next caller. Come on, third caller. 606. Third caller. 727-755-6001. Here we go.
Call from Debbie.
Debbie. Debbie, are you there? Debbie, can you hear me, Debbie? Deborah. Oh, I lost Deborah. Deborah, call back. You were the winner. Seven 757-755-6001. Call back. That was kind of a mess. Call back. Next caller will get the questions. Let's get this show on the road. Next caller gets the questions. Could you guys hear me? 727-755-6001. Let's do some trivia. There's a mug. The first one is for a mug. I don't hear the phone ringing, y'all. Yeah, call back. That was kind of a mess. I'll take the next caller. I thought I could do it like a radio show. I can't.
From
David. Hello, can you hear me? 606.
Hello.
Hello.
Is this Day?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Hey, who do I got on the line?
This is serious.
This is serious. This is the Bunkin. All right, Bunkin. Are you ready to answer some questions?
You're Bunkin.
All right.
I am.
Okay, I can't hear you really clear.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay.
All right. Don't call now, guys, because we're in the middle of a game. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start a timer for 1 minute. And I'm going to ask you questions. And don't worry if you get them wrong. If you don't know it, just say pass and we'll come back to it. Okay?
Okay.
So if you don't know it, just say
Okay.
pass and we'll
Okay.
keep it moving because we've got 1 minute.
Okay.
All right. So let me start the timer. All right. Here we go. Which planet is known as the blue planet?
Pluto.
No. What is the capital of China?
Beijing.
Right. Who is the lead singer of the band Queen?
Freddie Mercury.
How many sides does a triangle have?
3.
How many colors are in a rainbow?
Seven.
Yep. What is the largest ocean on Earth?
The Pacific.
Right. What is the largest?
No.
Yeah, you were right. You were right.
Oh, okay.
Which direction does the sun rise? Time's up, babe. Time's up, babe. You did awesome. That's hard, though, isn't it? You get a mug for participating.
It is hard.
You get a mug for your participation. Everybody give her a round of applause. That was fun. I've never done this before.
You put that mug on for a spin wheel.
You want me to add it to the gifts? Okay. All right. We'll put it on the gift for a spin wheel.
I do.
That's so nice. Thank you.
From me.
She donated her mug to
I can't
the
believe
Wheel of
I got
Friday.
through.
I know. It's awesome. Well, thank you so much, honey. That was fun. Thank you for being the first one to play my trivia game.
It was.
My trivia game that I made up this morning. Well,
That was
congratulations,
great.
Sirius.
Thank you, Jay.
Yeah. Bye. Have a good one.
You too.
She's just tickled. Let's take one more. This one's going to be for a t-shirt. Let's take one more. 727-755-6001. And she put the mug back on the Wheel of Friday. So hopefully next week we can spin the Wheel of Friday and give that mug away. How exciting. Thank you so much, Sirius Black. She's my bunkin'. She's my bunkin'. The next caller gets a try at a t-shirt. Let's do it. 727 757-755-6001. I just made this game up today, so bear with me. Bear with me here. And mods, yes, anybody can call in. Anyone. Bring it all in. We've got a caller.
From
Kelly.
Kelly, you are live on Jay is for Justice. How are you?
Shut up. Hi. Good.
Are you?
I like I'm behind on the video though, but go ahead.
No, it's
Hi.
okay. We're going to have a lag on the video for sure, but you can just listen to me through the phone here. Okay? Because there's no lag
I
here,
had
right?
phones on my laptop.
Mute your
So go
YouTube.
ahead.
Just forget about YouTube. Okay?
How about I mute myself? No, I'm just joking.
No, don't
Hang on.
mute
All right.
yourself. But listen, you sound like you're serious and you're ready to get into this, right? Meow.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to start the timer. Are you ready? See how many you
Yes.
can get. They're going to be different questions.
Okay.
Okay, here we go, Kelly. What is the currency of the United States?
U.S. dollar.
In what country would you find the Great Wall?
China.
China. Which continent is known as the land down under?
Australia.
What colors mix to make green?
Pardon?
What colors mix to make green?
Oh, blue and yellow.
How many meters are in a kilometer?
Damn it, I'm from New Zealand and I don't remember.
Skip. What continent is the country of Morocco a part of? That's a hard one.
India?
Close. Africa.
No.
What is the supernova?
I'm sorry, what?
What is the supernova?
Constellation?
Close. Yes, you got it. What type of alcohol is traditionally used in a margarita?
Tequila.
Tequila. You did amazing. Please send me your address and your shirt size, and if you'd like a long or a short sleeve, and we will get that out to you. You did amazing.
And where do I?
So we'll put the email in chat, and you can get the email, and then just send a good mailing address that we can ship that out to you.
Awesome. And I just want to say thank you for all you do, and everybody in chat's super nice, and we're all in this together. Justice, so I appreciate you.
I appreciate you as well. Thank you for being here in Justice for Harmony. That's why we're all here.
Everyone take care, okay?
Yep, you too, hon. Thanks for playing.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem. Bye. That was so fun. All right, that concludes our trivia for today. Now, we will do this. We'll do this more often. I think it's fun, and I think we should do more call-ins as well. A lot of people get that test fright, you know. We can do it again. We can do it again. So please, can you mods put the email in the chat, and the two winners, send your email address. We'll get you a mug and a t-shirt. Get your t-shirt size in there. So I'm going to take a little break for a minute because I need, it's 10 to 1. We're going to be back in about a half an hour. So I'm going to get up and stretch. 7th inning stretch. Congratulations. Supernova. I wasn't even going to ask it. I wasn't even going to ask the Supernova one because I was skipping the harder ones. And that one just came out because you were doing so good. I had to keep going. So you guys did excellent. That was fun.
Niggas wife me once they get that good punani.
Thank you for playing. Yep, go take your showers, go get your lunch, go potty, get a cold drink, get an ice coffee. I would love to have an iced coffee right now. Do you know what I would give for an iced coffee? I don't know what. Something though. Yes. Oh, that was you, Kiwi. Okay, I didn't know. I should have asked your YouTube name, but I didn't want to put you on the spot. So next time, if you want to give your YouTube name, you guys give your YouTube names. I wouldn't have known the kilometers either, and I wasn't even going to ask that one, but like I said, she was really cranking them out. Did she say 1:15? Is that what she said? Champagne supernova in the sky. Jets, Four Corner Pizza. Jets Ranch is the best ranch on the planet. She did say 1:15, right? $110. Why do I never hear that correctly? Because I don't listen. All right, so we've got 20 minutes 10. Is there anything? Do you guys want to watch that lady, Fanny? Or do you want to? Okay, so here's the vote. Put a 1 in chat for Fanny. Put a 2 in chat for Court TV. Like live Court TV commentary. 1 for Court TV, 2 for Fanny. Here's a bonus question for chat. There are 4 original colors of Starburst candy. Red, orange, yellow, and what? Last name Fanny. I don't know. Fanny. Prosecutor Fanny. Fanny's 1. Or wait. Court TV's 1. Fanny's 2. Yeah. Okay. We'll do Court TV. Y'all are like, Y'all are like, we'll pass on Fanny. She's too much. Fanny is very, very intense. So here we go. Let's watch some of this. Oh, there's Fanny's dad.
Was dating Mr. Wade, correct? That's correct. And until recently, you didn't know from anyone,
That's
including your daughter.
Fanny's daddy.
The relationship
we can't
is
go
between
back.
father and daughter. That a secret
You have
from
to
you,
watch it.
correct? Correct. That's all I need to know. Mr. Stockton.
So I guess the question is, do you want to watch Fanny or her daddy? Fanny or her daddy? That's her dad. Her daddy that said nobody takes care of me but me. I don't take care of nobody but I don't answer to nobody but my daddy, she said. All right, we're going to put on some Fanny. Fanny pack. She's got her dress on backwards. She's had an inappropriate sexual relationship with the special prosecutor in the Trump case. And she's being put on the stand for it. Look at, bring it all in. Oh, it's going to pick up where we left off. We're going to fast forward to where she gets a little sassier. Towards the end. She really loses it. Her face.
Re-ask the question.
You had a tax lien in 2022, $4,600.
If you say I did.
And you did not use this cash that you had to reimburse Mr. Wade to pay that off, correct?
No.
Okay.
I went shopping too when I didn't pay it off.
And you talked about, you gave a lot of interviews to some authors of a book called Find Me the Facts, right?
I would not characterize it as a lot. I probably have spoken to them 2 or 3 times.
My question is relevant as to.
I think it's already come up that finances are discussed in the book. I'll overrule that.
Thank you.
Ms. Wilson, you can continue your answer.
What came up with Mr. Wade as it relates to hearsay statements that he was asked about in relation to what Ms. Willis may or may not have said in relation to an author. So it's not relevant to the testimony that's occurring at this time.
I think Ms. Merchant has said that inside the book she also makes a statement as to her own finances, and that's that issue.
So you gave interviews to the authors of this book, correct?
Once or twice.
Okay. And
3 times, just to be comprehensive. I don't know if it was 3 times, 2 or 3 times, I think.
you were quoted in the book, and I will give you a chance to say if this is a misquote. You were quoted, when they asked you about if you wanted to run for office for DA, you were quoted, "I really don't want to be financially effed up again." Do you remember saying that?
So what that refers to,
My question first is if you remember saying that.
I remember saying something similar to that, but I would like to be able to explain what that's in
fine.
reference to. That's not in reference to anything else. It was a huge sacrifice to be district attorney in Fulton County, huge. I was doing just fine. I had a municipal court judgeship that was paying me $100-something a year, and like you got to show up twice a week. Easiest thing I've ever done in life. I also had private clients that were paying me to represent them, so I was able to have a law practice and that. Raising 2 daughters by myself, there were times in life where things were hard, and so I was telling people, I don't really run for DA. I don't want to run for DA. I'm in a good position right now. I got this easy job that I enjoy, being the chief judge of the city of South Fulton. I'm making money at the law firm, and I'm not sure that I want to make this sacrifice. And why does it always have to be me? Eventually, I prayed. I think that I was the appropriate person. I think that I did that. So when you're referring to that, what I'm saying is, why should I make a sacrifice again? And what I was not talking about is being district attorney. Once you get elected district attorney, you're in a fine financial position. I make over $200,000 a year. What I was talking about is I ran for judge. When I ran for judge, I took $50,000 of my personal money out of my retirement, and that money ended up being lost. And I know when you bet on yourself, you're going to have to bet money on yourself. And so what I was talking about was not wanting to go through the personal financial expense of running for office. By no means did I think that I was going to be financially in a bad position once I won. Let's talk about what I was up against, because it's important to understand that comment. I had a district attorney who had been here for 24 years.
And Judge,
people, it's very relevant as to what my mindset was about this. So I'm trying to answer your question. So what I was saying is
tailored solely to finance.
Right, but it is about my finances. If I didn't, nobody put me in this seat. So I had already run for office once. I had spent $50,000 of my own money running, and it was vamoose, nothing. And so when I'm talking to those offers, I'm talking about the contemplation of the sacrifice of the run, not the sacrifice of once you become DA. The odds were against me. I was likely going to lose the election based on who I was running against. So that needs to be in the appropriate context.
Isn't it true that the authors also wrote, and you can dispute this if you'd like, that you were broke after that race?
The 2018 race.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a hard race. I wasn't broke like I didn't have any. So broke is relative to depending where you are, but that hurt to lose that $50,000. So I'm sure my mental mindset was like, I just gave $50,000 away.
Right. So they characterized it from their conversations with you that you were broke, you had poured your own money into the campaign, and you weren't able to pay your own bills because of your clients couldn't pay their bills to you, and you had a paltry array of family and asset forfeiture cases. It says you were trying to make it month to month. Is that an accurate depiction of your financial situation at that point?
I would want to read that, but I don't remember clients not being able to pay their bills. Or
may I approach, Judge?
You can.
You may.
Page 13.
I have not read this book. So like this fact here, her ex-husband Fred had run into a financial. I have no information about that.
I didn't ask you about that. I just asked about if what they represent from their interviews with you, that you were broke and that you had clients that weren't able to pay their bills.
Can you show me where that is? Because this is where you put the tab, so that's what I read.
Broke, couldn't pay their bills.
Yeah, that I'm sure I characterized myself as broke as leaving that $50,000. I don't know that I had her nascent law practice at paltry array.
Well, you just
I didn't have
Ms. Merchant.
I thought I had a law practice. So this is not correct. I'm sure it's just I didn't have any asset forfeiture cases. So I had one case where they had took one of my clients' money at the airport. I don't know if that's what they're I don't know. Paltry array. I did have family law cases. I guess that's what they're talking about. And clients who couldn't pay their bills ain't clients. So no.
So my question was just if this was a fair and accurate representation where it says you were trying to make it month to month at that point.
No, I don't think that is actually a fair and accurate representation, but I am certain that after the 2018 election, I'm still not really happy about having given up that $50,000.
You know when you paid your tax lien?
I don't.
You don't? Do you know if you paid it?
I know I've paid some taxes. I don't know. I don't want to speculate.
Did you tell anyone at Fulton County Board of County Commissioners about your relationship with Mr. Wade?
No.
Did you disclose your relationship to anybody at Fulton County?
No, I don't think so.
And as the chief law enforcement officer of Fulton County, I assume that you're familiar with the county code and ordinances?
I've said we're not going to cover that in this hearing, Ms. Merchant.
I'm sorry, Judge?
We said we weren't going to cover the county regulations.
Okay, and I won't. Let me ask you this then. So are you aware that you're required to disclose any relationship with someone that you contract with in Fulton County?
I'm going to object with the court prior ruling that you made this morning.
Would this be different because it's a potential for impeachment?
Yes.
What did you ask me?
Ms. Merchant, if you could re-ask the question.
Okay. Are you aware that Fulton County requires you to disclose any relationship with someone that you're doing business with?
I'm not aware, and I know often that things are confused with state constitutional officers in county, but I'm not aware.
Okay. So it's your understanding that you don't have a duty to disclose the relationship?
She's answered that question. Let's keep going.
Did you keep track of this cash that you paid him at all?
What are you talking? I don't understand.
Did you keep track? Did you keep a ledger? Did you keep track of it?
So I've only given him cash, as I mentioned, 3 or 4 times. There's no ledger. This is friends handing money off to each other.
So the answer is no, you didn't keep track.
I think you've already asked whether there was any written proof whatsoever, and she's answered that.
Okay.
So we've covered this. Let's move on.
Who are you referring to when you suggested that Mr. Roman's motion to disqualify was racially motivated?
We already said we're not talking about the forensic misconduct that's been alleged.
And
just so the record is clear, I don't believe I said that his motion was racially motivated, so I don't want that to stay there. I've never said his motion was racially motivated, so that should not be true.
I think it would be best if we don't need to go down that road. We're going to save that for argument.
You once said that you would not engage with a personal relationship with anyone that worked for Fulton County. Is that correct?
An employee?
Anyone that worked for Fulton County.
I think I said an employee.
Okay. So that's the qualification you give an employee? You wouldn't?
I think that's the statement that I made. So if you want to quote me accurately.
So it's your position because Mr. Wade was not an employee? Or it's your position he wasn't an employee, correct?
Mr. Wade is not an employee, and he will tell you that over and over again.
Just one moment, Judge. I'm sorry, the statement, just so I make sure I accurately quote you. What you said was you won't sleep with people who work under you. Do you not consider Mr. Wade working under you?
I consider Mr. Wade to be an agent.
An agent?
Yeah,
All right.
An appointee is what I really think of him as.
Your point, whatever merit it has, Ms. Merchant, is on the record. Next question. All right. Do we need any moments in a minute? Mr. Sadow.
Yeah, I'm ready to go, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm going to try to ask you questions that you can actually answer without having to explain, okay?
Yes, sir. My comprehension skills are pretty good, so we should do all right.
We shall soon see. If I heard you correctly, you moved into what I will refer to as the Yurti condo in either March or April of 2021. Is that correct?
Sometime between late February and April, yes. I don't. Just so we're clear, yes. But in that time period, you're in the ballpark. We're in the ballpark.
And is that Yurti condo, would you say that it is in Hapeville?
It is in Hapeville, yes, sir.
And you moved in there for safety reasons?
My father, yes, I moved in there. We were concerned. My father was terribly concerned about me continuing to live at the house. And so they were clear. People came to my house at 5 o'clock in the morning about the police brutality cases, saying I was going to have a wake-up call. There were security threats due to gang cases, and there were concerns due to that was at the very beginning of this, looking into that. And so for all of those reasons and what was happening, my father wanted me out the house, and begrudgingly I left.
Okay, so the answer to the question was yes for safety reasons, correct?
Those were all of the things that caused the safety concerns. I'm sorry.
I'm not questioning whether they are or are not safety concerns. I just asked that you moved into this condo, the RT condo, for safety reasons, right?
Yes.
Okay. At the time that you moved into the condo, be it from February to April of 2021,
yes.
was your father still living in your house?
Right, because my father...
That's all I ask you.
But I get to explain the answer, sir.
I don't know if there's an explanation. If I ask you, was your father still living at your house, the answer is either he was or he wasn't.
Yes, but you are going to get to argue at the end of this, as we both know.
I'm not going to argue anything. I'm going to ask...
to be able to explain why.
I'm going to...
So, yes, because my father is an older gentleman, he was worried about COVID, and he stayed.
Ms. Willis, I'm going to have to say that's the second time. Whenever we have to put a pause, we stop testifying, okay? You'll have a chance to explain yourself. The question was whether your father was not staying there at the time, and you're clarifying that in your answer as well. You can have a brief clarification, but it shouldn't be something that reaches well beyond the question. All right, Mr. Sadao, you can re-ask the question. We'll see where it takes us.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Was your father still living in your house at the time you moved to what I would refer to as a Yurti condo?
Yes, sir, he was, due to his concerns related to COVID.
Okay. The safety concern was that there was potential danger at your house. Is that correct?
Yes, my address had been exposed, so yes, there was concerns about potential danger at my house.
Okay, so anyone staying at your house in the time period after you went to the Yurti condo was still in danger, correct?
Yeah, well, no, he did.
I think you have to... it's your attorney, Ms. Willis. Sorry, Mr. Pod, your objection is speculation.
Yes.
To the question of
speculation.
Whether someone was still in danger at her condo.
I can
just let her answer the question.
Or Mr. Sadao wants to rephrase.
No,
I'm not sure.
I was able to understand it.
I've got the objection, and then I have...
I'll withdraw the objection. You can move forward.
Okay.
So, and I remember the question, so I can answer it.
Well, you can now that the objection's been withdrawn. Can you try to answer that question?
Yes.
There's still a safety concern for people staying at the house.
Yes, I was very concerned about my father still living at the house. However, if you have dealt with an older gentleman, he was not leaving the house, despite my urging him that I thought he should leave as well. He did not want to leave the house because he was particularly worried at his age about COVID. But that became, I don't want to say, I was not happy with that decision of my father's, but I can't ultimately make him leave. And he stayed there too long, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. During that period that you left to go to the Yurti condo, did any of your children stay at your house?
So I don't think that they were there at that point. Certainly my baby wasn't there.
I'm talking about this entire period. We're talking about, if I remember correctly, and you'll correct me, I'm sure, you said that you stayed there at what I would call the Yurti condo until January of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you in that period, which would be February to April of 2021 until January of 22, did any of your children stay at your house?
And you don't have to yell at me. I'm able to understand. So I would ask you to not yell at me. That being said, I don't actually expressly remember, but I can tell you since I have left my home, there have been times my oldest daughter came in. But I can't tell you with certainty the time window that you've said, if they did or not. And so I don't want to speculate to that, but there was some time that my oldest daughter came back. Whether it was that period or after I left the Yurti residence, I'm not sure, okay?
Okay, so if I continue to go into more detail on this, you're not going to be able to give me an answer of whether or not, in fact, any of your children were still at the house or stayed at your house during that time period, correct?
What I can give you clarity of, so that we are clear, is from the time I moved out in February-ish of 2021, after I left there was a time period that my oldest daughter came back. But if you're
She said, ish. All right, we should be back momentarily. I didn't want to miss it. I'm vacuuming. I'm out of breath. So I'm going to mute. I'm going to vacuum the studio here. So if you see me moving around with the vacuum, don't laugh at me. I'm just cleaning. What's been going on in chat? You guys are talking about Franny. Sirius Black, thank you for your super sticker. Thank you, guys. Any support you give me, whether it's a thumbs up, whether it's a subscribe, whether it's a share, whether it's a donation, whether it's a tip, whether it's a super chat, whether it's a membership, whether it's a Patreon, whatever it is, you're just equally as important as the next person. So I thank you for your support. Official sub count, 95,441. We are creeping to 100K. She said ish. So I'm going to get back to sweeping. It's hot. I know. We're all going to laugh at you. You guys can laugh at me. Did you, Buttercup? Let me check. I was just going to check that. I'm not getting all my notifications. Thank you so much, Buttercup203, for your Venmo. So sweet. Thank you. Kaylin, thank you for your Venmo. Appreciate you guys. You don't know how much keep me going here. You don't know. Let me just check. Make sure I didn't miss anything else. Mel M, thank you for subscribing. I think we're caught up. All right, well, we should be back in court, so I didn't want anybody to miss a moment. So I came back. Ish. It's the word of the day. Sirius Black, I love your dog. So freaking cute. All right, I'm going to mute. We should be back momentarily. I think Jess is still in the courtroom. She can let us know. I'm not really sure. I'm kind of trying to get something done here and move around. So I will be here muted. I'll see you guys in just a few. Guys, there is a dead mouse on my screen and porch. My cat must have brought it in. It's like this big. Ugh. I didn't get anything about that, Samantha. I asked.
State may call its next witness when you're ready.
Yes, sir. Excuse me. Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Detective Adam Bergeron Rosa. And before he comes in here, I would just ask that the court turn the lights down.
We're going to turn the lights down, please. We're turning the lights down. The witness has a light sensitivity right now, so we are going to be turning the lights down. Perfect. Just be careful of the wires, please.
So, Detective Bergeron Rosa, I'm going to ask that you remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you'll provide this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat. And is the lighting okay here?
It's okay, yeah.
At any point, if you need to take a break, please let us know so we can request that from the judge.
Okay.
Detective Bergeron Rosa, can you begin by stating and spelling your first and last name for the record?
Detective Adam Bergeron Rosa, ADAMBERGERON-ROSA.
And Detective Bergeron Rosa, how are you presently employed?
With the Manchester, New Hampshire Police Department.
And let me back up for just a second. Where do you currently reside?
Where do I currently reside?
City and state.
I currently reside in Allenstown, New Hampshire.
How long have you been a New Hampshire resident?
My whole life.
And you mentioned that you presently work for the Manchester Police Department?
Yes.
How long have you worked there?
Just over 15 years.
And what is your current assignment with the Manchester Police Department?
I'm a detective.
As a detective with the Manchester Police Department, what are your roles and responsibilities?
To investigate the crimes within the city of Manchester. That includes things like interviewing victims, suspects, witnesses, other involved parties, processing crime scenes, documenting evidence, collecting that evidence, and I'm also a liaison officer between Leeds Online and the Manchester PD.
I'm going to follow up with you on a few of those specific areas as we go along here. Let me ask you this: Are you active? Are you on active duty currently?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you currently on a medical leave?
When need be, yes.
And I talked to you earlier about light sensitivity.
Yes.
Are you on medical leave currently?
Currently, I'm on FMLA, yes.
And you're actually out this entire month, is that right?
I am.
So again, if you need to take a break at any point, just let us know.
Okay.
You mentioned working for the Manchester Police Department for 15 years?
Yes.
Any other law enforcement experience outside of that?
Not outside the Manchester Police Department, no.
As an officer with the Manchester Police Department, did you graduate from the police, the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did in April 2009.
And do you remember what class you were?
148.
Detective Bergeron Rosa, while working in your official capacity as a detective with the Manchester Police Department, were you assigned duties regarding the investigation of the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery?
I was.
And can you describe generally, just generally, so a bird's eye view of your role and participation in that investigation?
Documentation and photographing of various crime scenes and anything when it came to Leeds Online.
During your involvement in the investigation, did you participate in neighborhood canvassing?
I did on one occasion, I believe down in Lowell, where we canvassed the neighborhood.
Did you participate in area searches during the course of your involvement?
I did.
How about digs? Did you?
One occasion, yes.
On one occasion?
Yes.
And where was that location?
I believe it was 77 Guilford Street.
Did you participate in evidence processing?
I did.
I want to go into some of the specific things that you did during the course of your investigation in this case. And I want to begin by talking about the processing of an Audi IS4 bearing New Hampshire registration 4569334. During your involvement, did you participate in the processing of that vehicle?
I did.
And what was the condition of that vehicle when you processed it?
It was poor. Specifically, the inside was damp, covered in mold. The condition of the vehicle was poor.
What was your specific role in processing that vehicle?
To apply Blue Star to the interior of the vehicle and document the results.
And were you assisted by other detectives in processing that Audi IS4?
I was.
And do you recall their names?
Detective Bombard and Detective Ray Lammy.
Do you recall when that processing occurred?
January 21st, 2022 through January 23rd, 2022.
And I think you mentioned this, but you used a chemical process called Blue Star, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the jury's heard a lot about Blue Star during the course of this trial. Let me ask you this. Did you receive presumptive positive results during the processing of that vehicle?
We did.
And with the samples that you received presumptive positives on, what did you do with those samples?
So if it was on a part of the vehicle that could be removed, we removed that article that had that presumptive positive on it and then packaged that article as evidence. If they were on parts of the vehicle that could not be removed, we took a blood swab or a swab of that area, of that presumptive positive area.
So you swabbed the area?
Yeah, we swabbed it.
Do you know what occurred with those samples after your processing?
I don't.
Okay. Do you believe they would have been sent to the lab?
Oh, of course.
Okay. And we've already heard from the folks at the lab, so I'm not going to question you about that. I want to transition. I want to switch gears. I want to talk about a specific address, specifically 177 Lake Ave. Are you familiar with that location?
I am.
Okay. Is that also known as the Families in Transition or FIT shelter?
It is.
And what city is that location
in Manchester, New Hampshire.
Can you describe your role and participation in processing 177 Lake Ave?
Primarily photography and processing that scene with Blue Star.
Were you accompanied by other detectives during the processing of the Families in Transition shelter?
I was.
Do you recall the specific room that you responded to?
I don't remember the actual room number, but I do remember being there and doing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you took photographs during that processing?
I did.
And do you recall who you were with during the processing of the Families in Transition shelter?
Yes, I was with Detective Sergeant Lovejoy, Detective Ray Hill, Detective Guerin Bombard, and Detective Ray Lammy.
All right. And I'm going to bounce around from thing to thing, but I want to switch gears again. I want to talk about the processing of an address, 644 Union Street. Are you familiar with that location?
I am.
And can you describe your familiarity with that location?
It's in Manchester, New Hampshire, more or less at the corner of Union and Orange. It's a big multi-family building with several levels. And how much more do you want me to go into?
That's fine.
Okay.
During the course of your involvement in this case, though, did you participate in the processing of one of the specific units?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors about the specific actions that you took during that processing?
So I was mainly assigned to take photographs of the processing and evidence collection of the first floor at 644 Union Street and the basement, and whatever evidentiary items came out of that.
With regard to the evidentiary items that came out of the basement area, can you walk the jurors through generally what was collected?
So generally speaking, we were focused on the drain pipes going into the basement, where all the other units converged into what's called, the plumbers called the tree. That goes down into a single pipe that then exits the building into the city sewer, the street.
How large are those pipes?
Very large. Most of them were very old 4 or 5 foot sections of cast iron.
Cast iron?
Yep.
I imagine they would be very heavy as well.
They were.
And before we talk more about those specific pipes, what other agencies, if any, were present during the processing of that apartment?
Primarily the FBI was present.
And what was their role in processing that apartment?
As I recall, they were processing the top level of the series of apartments. I was not really there to see what they did, but they were on the top level, and we were on the first floor, and in the basement.
I want to turn back to the pipes that you mentioned.
Okay.
I think you said your role was to collect photographs during the processing of that apartment. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you take photographs of the entire processing of those pipes?
Yeah, I did.
And those large cast iron pipes, were they removed from that apartment unit, the apartment building, rather?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, may I have motions to witness?
Yes, you may.
So Detective Bergeron Rosa, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibits 57 through 60.
Okay.
I'm just going to ask that you look through each of those in turn and look up when you finish. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
And what do you recognize them from?
Those are images I took.
You took those?
Yes.
And was that during the specific processing of the pipes that we discussed?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what you observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike the ID of State's Exhibit, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 57 through 60, and mark as full and published to the jury.
No objection.
All right. The ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits. They may be published to the jury.
So Detective Bergeron Rosa, I'm going to leave these with you. I don't know if that would be easier than looking at the screen behind you. I'm also going to put them up on the screen.
Okay.
So whichever you prefer. I'm going to start with a question about those apartment units, the apartment units that you searched. What led you to those apartment units?
As I understood it, from the lead detectives on this case, it was a prior residence of the people involved.
Who specifically was the prior resident?
Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery.
And so before we get to the actual photos themselves, you mentioned that the pipes were processed. How did you process the pipes?
So this was a unique circumstance for us. So we had to devise a way to get the contents of those pipes out so we can then look at them for anything of evidentiary value. So what we did is we suspended the pipes off the back of a police truck off the tailgate at about a 45-degree angle, and had a sifting device with 3 levels of sifting that we would then power wash the inside of those pipes, and the contents would then spill out onto these sifters. And after each pipe was done, we would empty those sifters and look at the contents to see if anything of evidentiary value was there.
So almost like gold pan.
Yeah, yep.
And let me back up. Before you set up that contraption that you just mentioned, did you cut the pipes out?
Of course, yes.
Where were the pipes brought?
Those pipes were brought to the Manchester police station.
And the setup that you're discussing, where specifically in the Manchester Police Department did that?
These photos, we transferred the pipes to, because this was kind of a large operation, it needed a lot of space. So we went to one of the bays in the highway department across from the parking lot and conducted the sifting there of those pipes.
And so I'm going to turn your attention to what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 60. Is that consistent with the State's Exhibit 60 that's in front of you?
Yes.
And so can you explain to the jurors what we're seeing in this image?
So we have, the back tailgate of the truck, and we strapped down the pipes that we extracted from 644 Union Street, and we use our sifting devices and power wash one end of them, and the contents would spill out onto here, and through each layer, and we would look through the contents of those pipes after we power wash them thoroughly and see if there was anything of evidentiary value.
Turning your attention to what's been marked as State's Exhibit 59. What are we looking at here?
That is one of the pipes after power washing.
And was this, you said this was after the power washing?
Yes.
And we'll talk about that in just a moment. Turning to State's Exhibit 58. What are we looking at here, Detective Bergeron?
That is in the previous image of the double pipes. That's the one closest to you. That's before power washing.
Now, you mentioned a power washing, and I want to turn to State's Exhibit 57. What are we seeing in this image?
A high pressure hose that is manned by, I believe, I can't see the face, but if I remember, it was Detective Bombard holding that. And the high pressure hose, you put it in the end of the pipe, and the water would shoot down the pipe, and any loose contents would flow down into those sifting devices.
And you mentioned those sifting devices. Let me ask you this, Detective. Was there a forensic anthropologist there that day with your team?
There was.
Okay. And do you know that individual's name?
I do not recall, but she was there. I don't recall her name.
Why was there a forensic anthropologist there that day?
Well, in the instance that we found any kind of human remains, she would be able to assist us in identifying preliminarily if those remains were in fact human or not.
Your work that day processing those pipes, about how long did you work on that specific processing?
It was most of the day.
Multiple individuals there?
Yes.
So, Detective, I want to switch gears again. And I want to talk about your involvement with collecting specific evidence items in this case.
Okay.
I want to discuss obtaining evidence items ABR 2 and ABR 4.
Okay.
We spoke earlier about your duties and assignments, and you mentioned that you currently serve as a liaison between the Manchester Police Department and an organization called Leads Online. Leads Online.
That's correct.
Can you explain that to the jurors? What is Leads Online and what's your involvement with them?
So Leads Online is the law enforcement pawn database that we have access to assist us in our investigations, primarily in stolen property. In the city of Manchester, there are rules and regulations that pawn shops and secondhand dealers have to document what they bring in from people, and that information gets put on Leads Online, which we can then look at. So for instance, in the most simplest terms, if someone commits a burglary at a residence and steals a bunch of items, a lot of times that burglar or their associates, for quick cash, dumps them off at a pawn shop and gets the quick cash, and we can see, based on the report, statements and everything like that, if the items that are similar or different, and we compare, and a lot of times those items do end up in pawn shops for the quick cash that the suspects need for whatever needs they need it for.
So a simplified version of that is you're able to track specific individuals to specific items.
Exactly.
During the course of your investigation, were you tasked with tracking information related to an individual named Kelsey Small?
I was.
And how about Adam Montgomery?
I was.
And did you do that following your assignment?
Yes, on January 5th, 2022.
How did you go about tracking items related to those two individuals?
So I signed into the Leads Online program, and it's fairly simple. I had the names of the people of interest, and I plugged their names into separate searches, and it pops up with any kind of secondhand transactions, that they conducted at either a pawn shop, and in this case, it occurred at an Eco ATM at Walmart.
And let me back up. There was another individual. Were you assigned to track another individual named Kayla Montgomery?
Yes.
And you said tracked to a specific Eco ATM transaction that occurred at Walmart, and I want to talk about that.
Okay.
So I want to turn your attention to December 30th, rather, of 2021. You said that your search yielded results. I want to talk specifically about the results from that specific day.
Okay.
Can you walk the jurors through your involvement in gathering information related to that transaction?
Sure. So I put in the searches for those three individuals in Leads Online, and what came up was on or about December 30th, there were 4 separate transactions for 4 separate electronic devices that occurred at the Eco ATM at Walmart, 725 Gold Street, on December 30th, 2021. Those transactions were conducted by Kelsey Small. And in those transactions, I can see a photo of the individual's ID, because that's what's required to make those transactions, a photo of the individual themselves, and a specific information on each item, like serial numbers if they're available, and a photo of those items that were sold to that Eco ATM.
Your Honor, again, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
So Detective Bergeron Rosa, at the moment I'll be handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 90, previously published to this jury. And I'm just going to ask that you take a look at State's Exhibit 90. I'm going to move these exhibits away. And just look up when you have a chance to.
These are the certified records of those transactions from Eco ATM.
Have you seen those records before?
I have.
Familiar with them?
I am.
And to the extent that those have already been published, Your Honor, I move to republish to the jury.
You may do so.
And you mentioned that those are the certified records from the ECO ATM transactions. Did you actually obtain those during the course of your involvement in this investigation?
I did.
And is that those documents, are they consistent with what you obtained?
Yes, they are.
I'm going to ask that you look to the screen behind you. What's up on the screen, is that consistent with State's Exhibit 90 that's in front of you?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
And feel free to look at State's Exhibit 90 or the screen behind you, whichever one you prefer. So I want to ask you, what's the name of the individual in the top left that conducted the transaction that day?
Kelsey Small.
And what was the date and time of the transaction? That should be on the top right.
December 30th, 2021 at 2:18 p.m.
And so I want to walk through the phone's make and model.
Samsung Galaxy A01 cell phone.
And that's with respect to one of those 4 transactions? Is that...
Yes, it is.
And so I want to ask you this. What amount did ECO ATM pay the individuals for this transaction, for this phone?
$1.
$1.
$1.
You mentioned this earlier, but you said that ECO ATM captures certain identifying information of the people that make the transaction or the person that makes the transaction?
Yes.
And so I want to turn your attention back to the screen. Those records that you received, did they capture that information?
Yes, they captured this information, yes.
And you said you'd previously reviewed this information. Can you point the jurors to the individual Kelsey Small that you were tasked with tracking transactions related to?
This young lady right here.
Detective Bergeron Rosa, what was the next step of your investigation following receipt of this information?
So the next thing I went to do is I do what's called, I put a hold on these items, which means I send a notification to ECO ATM to say, hey, do not dispose of these things. We want them for our investigation.
And why would you put a hold on items?
So they do not go wherever they go to their processing center and get destroyed.
Okay. Cell phones, do they generally contain relevant information?
Well, yeah, that too. I mean, the data on these electronic devices can be very valuable to an investigation.
You mentioned putting a hold on those items. Did you ultimately collect them?
I did.
And with respect to the device that you just read off to the jurors, the Samsung Galaxy A01 cell phone, did you collect that specific item?
I did.
And did you give it a specific evidence number?
I did.
What was that evidence number?
ABR4.
ABR4.
4.
If I can have just a moment. Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes, you may.
Detective Bergeron Rosa, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibits 143 and 144. And I'm just going to ask that you look at each of those in turn and describe for the jurors what they depict.
144 is a photo of that Samsung A01 cell phone, and the other is the packaging, evidence packaging that I put that cell phone in.
You say that you put the cell phone in. So do you recognize the images that are depicted there?
Yes, I recognize these.
Are they fair and accurate?
Yes, they are.
True and correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID of State's Exhibits 143 and 144 microphone.
Right, the ID is stricken, they're entered as full exhibits, and they may be published to the jury.
So, Detective Bergeron Rosa, you said that you collected the cell phone and you packaged it.
Yes.
What did you ultimately do with this cell phone?
I later provided it to our cybercrime detective, Lou Krozik.
And why did you do that? Why provide it to a cybercrime detective?
So he could perform a cell phone data extraction on it.
You said a cell phone data extraction?
Yes.
Did you receive consent from the Eco ATM to take the items and to search them?
Yes, before that was done, I did contact Eco ATM and they gave us clear permission to do what we needed with the devices as it pertained to the investigation, which included a data extraction.
With respect to this transaction, what was the next step in your investigation?
Well, we had a photo of the person who conducted the Eco ATM transaction, so next, we wanted to see if we could obtain video from Walmart.
Why did you want the footage from Walmart?
To see who possibly Kelsey was with when these transactions were conducted.
What steps did you take to obtain that footage?
I contacted the asset protection officer at Walmart, Mike Doby, and requested the surveillance video footage.
And did you obtain it?
I did.
And I think you mentioned this, but you interacted with Michael Dobe?
I did.
And similar to the cell phone that we just discussed, did you give that footage a specific evidence number?
I did, and that evidence number is ABR 2.
Thank you, Detective. I have no further questions for you.
Good afternoon. I have no questions.
Okay.
May I step down?
Thank you.
Studio J now has a clock hanging. Whoop, whoop. Props to Pop Pop.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state will call Detective Lou Krozik to the stand, please.
Detective Lou Krozik. Oh, kiss my grits.
Good afternoon, Detective. Please, go right over to where the bailiff is. Watch your step on the cords, please, on the way up. Thank you, sir. And Detective, you remain standing just for a brief moment. You solemnly swear the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to pass. And Detective Krozik, as we're being recorded here today, please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record.
Louis Krozik, LOUISKRAWCZYK.
And as we can probably guess from your title, can I ask you where you're currently employed?
Manchester Police Department.
How long have you been working there?
About 23 years.
About 23 years?
Yes.
Okay. Did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Standards and Training Academy?
Yes.
And do you remember your academy class number?
131.
131. With regards to the time that you've been working at the Manchester Police Department, can you describe for us, please, a couple of the different positions that you've had and the different sorts of duties you've had during that time?
I started as a dispatcher. In 2003, I became a police officer, and I worked patrol for about 12 years. I then became a detective, worked general cases, investigations, and moved to cybercrimes in, I think, 2017.
2017. And are you still working cybercrimes to this day?
Yes.
And working in that particular unit or division, how are those duties different from necessarily other detectives that might be working juvenile crimes or domestic violence crimes or general adult crimes?
I mostly work with evidence for other cases that other detectives are working on, so I specialize in digital evidence, phones, computers, electronics.
Can you talk a little bit and explain to the jury what is some of the training that you've had to go through in order to be able to work in this unit and do the type of work with electronics that you do on an everyday basis?
I've had a lot of different trainings through the Secret Service, Homeland Security. I've had trainings through some of the companies that make the equipment that we use, including Celebrite and Magnet. And I've done some of their certification programs also.
The trainings that you take part in, do these sometimes happen almost on a yearly basis to keep up to date with new procedures?
Yes, it's constant.
And as part of your trainings and part of your work, I should say overall, let's just say work, do you do data extractions from cell phones?
Yes.
Over the years, about how many different cell phone extractions would you say you've done?
I didn't count, but probably close to 1,000.
1,000. Can you talk to us a little bit with regards to when extracting information from a cell phone about the term an IMEI? What does IMEI stand for?
I hate acronyms, but it stands for International Mobile Equipment Identifier. Okay. It's basically a serial number for a phone.
Like a serial number?
Yes.
So I guess like a serial number, is it unique to a brand of phone or is it unique to a handset, a phone itself?
It's the specific phone. It's how the company identifies that phone.
Okay. In connection with the investigation into the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery, did you extract data from a cell phone provided by Detective Adam Bergeron Rosa, labeled evidence item ABR4, a black Samsung cell phone with an IMEI number of 352-082-509-319-804?
Yes.
Okay. And generally, how are data extractions conducted from a phone? So if I were to bring my phone into you and say, I need you to go ahead and extract it, how do you go about doing that?
We have physical tools and software to copy the data off the phones, and it varies. All phones are different, and there's different operating systems, so it varies slightly, but usually it involves some specified equipment.
With respect to the extraction from this phone, this ABR4 cell phone, how did you do that one? How did that proceed?
We have a tool called a Gray Key.
Gray Key. Is that a software or is that hardware?
It's hardware.
Okay. And how does that work?
You plug the phone in, it gives you instructions. It can determine if there's a pin to the phone, and once it finds a pin, it'll extract all the data from the phone.
Is that software generally accepted and utilized by law enforcement agencies across the country?
Yes.
And were you able to extract data from that cell phone, from that ABR4 cell phone?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What was done with the data that you extracted from that phone?
We have a software program that interprets the data to organize it so that you can look through it.
Okay. And did you save that data into evidence?
Yes.
Do you remember what evidence item you gave to it? It's my understanding that detectives typically use their initials when they put something into evidence. What would this have been called?
I believe it was LJK5.
LJK5 being your initials, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does that data extraction process also place the extracted data into a searchable format so that you can just look through with a user account and find different identified information on there?
Yes, it does.
And one key thing I want to ask, the extraction that you do, does that actually change or put any data on the phone, or does it simply copy the data that's on the phone into the searchable format?
Sometimes it has to put a client on the phone, but it won't alter the user data at all.
And will it alter the information such as messages sent to and from, or list of contacts, or photographs that are on there, videos that are on there, music that's on there, anything like that?
No.
Were photos of the phone and the envelope it came in taken as part of your extraction process?
Yes.
I'd like to go ahead and direct your attention for the screen for what's already been marked as a full exhibit, State's Exhibit 143. And if you could please, what's this a photograph of generally?
That's how we package evidence.
Okay. And I'd like to go ahead and look a little bit closer. The label, do you recognize that zoom in as the label on that envelope?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to it, what's the label that's been given for this cell phone? What are the initials that came, the evidence initials that came with this one?
ABR4.
Separate from that, I'd like to also go ahead and show what's been marked as State's Exhibit 144. Do you recognize what this is a picture of?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's the back of the cell phone, ABR4.
There are two white rectangles that I see on the screen here. Are those labels?
Yes.
And are those labels that you put on?
No.
All right. I'd like to go ahead and focus in on the label on the bottom, if I could, please, and we'll zoom in here. Is this that same ABR4 phone that you downloaded?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to that, could you read the IMEI number for us, please?
352-082-509-319-804.
I apologize. Detective Krosnick, I'm just going to have you look at actually State's Exhibit 143 and 144. I just wanted to have you go ahead and compare it to the images behind you. If you could look back on 144 just for a moment. Other than the fact that the one behind you happens to be in color and that one is in black and white, are there any other changes between those two images?
No.
And I'd like to direct your attention to 143. Same question. Other than the fact that what's on the screen behind you is in color and what's in front of you is in black and white, any other changes or differences between those two images?
No.
Thank you. Detective, did you look at some of the data that came off of the cell phone yourself?
Yes.
And did the data extraction process that you went through, did that also provide information as to whether or not a Facebook Messenger account was once logged onto the phone and accessed on the phone?
It did.
Okay. Can cell phones that have been deleted still hold on to relevant information on them for investigations?
Yes.
How is that?
There's a couple different ways. For an older phone, you can access the deleted space on a phone. If you delete something, you're basically telling the phone that it can use that space again, but it doesn't remove anything that's there. And then on a newer phone, a lot of times information is stored in a database, and similar to the way the drive on the phone works, you're just telling the database it's okay to use this spot. You're not actually deleting the stuff on the spot until something new has to be written.
I imagine most jurors are familiar with the phrase Facebook or Facebook Messenger, but for those who are not, can you just explain to us what is Facebook and what is the Facebook Messenger service?
Facebook is a social media app, so people can post things publicly or to a private group. Messenger is their messaging app that's associated with Facebook. It used to be one app, but I think they separated it into two different apps. Similar to text messages, you can send and receive messages to people.
How do you identify one Facebook Messenger account from another?
Facebook uses either a unique name or often now it's a number, identifying number.
Okay. Returning back to the data that was extracted from this cell phone that we see up on the screen, ABR4, were you able to see whether a Facebook Messenger account with the account number of 100009007885803 was once logged onto that phone or accessed from that phone?
It was.
Okay. And how do you look into a user account extracted from the phone for the Facebook account?
The software will usually identify it. It looks through the Facebook files from the application, and then I manually look at the files that I picked out to confirm that the software is accurate.
So that particular account that I read out before, and I'll be clear about it, it's 140-900-788-5803. Was that Facebook account once logged into this phone that you searched?
Yes.
And you found evidence of that on this phone, is that
Yes.
correct? I'd like to now show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 11. It's a full exhibit. And here I'm on page 2 of that exhibit. Let me ask just generally, do you recognize this exhibit at all?
Not this specific one, no.
Okay. Do you know of any individual by the name of Matt Gendron?
I do not.
Okay. I'd like to zoom in here at the very top of the screen. Could you please read for us what the Facebook account is for this message thread involved?
This is 100009007885803.
Thank you. And also on this particular exhibit, and is that highlighted appropriately with the yellow circle, the Facebook account that you just read?
Yes.
And the message that you see on this particular screen, starting on the very first one, can you read for us the date and time of that first message?
12/8/2019 at 12:13 a.m.
And what's the message?
Hey, need help ASAP. Please need a jump and jumper cables ASAP.
And can you please read the date and time in the next two messages?
12/8/2019, 12:58 a.m.
And what are the two messages there?
I need a jump. My car died. We've been sleeping in our car and the battery just died.
Did you say my car died?
Yes.
My car died.
Detective, I'd also like to show you what's been marked States Exhibit 140. And I'm just going to have you look at that just for a quick moment. I don't suppose you know who Travis Beach is?
I don't know. I know the name, but
No,
I don't know anymore.
Don't know the person personally?
No.
Okay. With regards to this particular exhibit, the same number that you read out a moment ago, the Facebook account that
he hangs out with Beach on the weekends.
Also,
don't you know?
You read out a moment ago on the screen regarding a message to Matt General. Could you please see? Do you see that same 100009007885803 number on that particular exhibit?
I do.
And that particular, the messages going back and forth, does that person appear to be communicating with Travis Beach from a Facebook account with that same number?
It appears so, yes.
And can I just ask you a quick question, Detective? Regards to the time that's indicated on this particular exhibit, I'm going to take it back in for a minute. Do you see that it says UTC there?
Yes.
Okay. Could you just answer for us here, in regards to UTC, what is UTC in terms of concept of time?
It's Universal Time Code. It's a way that everybody knows what time we're talking about without having different time zones.
Yeah, nobody
So
knows
if I
what
say
time
8
it
o'clock,
is when you
8
use
o'clock
it.
is a different time in California. So 8 o'clock is always 8 o'clock in UTC.
So 8 o'clock is 8 o'clock UTC. So does it work like time zones in terms of if it's currently 2 o'clock here, and I've got to think, well, what time is it in California?
So confusing.
I have to go back 3 hours, so it must be 11 o'clock there. Is that work also from where we are here in the Eastern time zone versus UTC? Like, is there a difference between the two?
Yes, every time zone is just an offset of UTC time.
So what is the offset for where we are now, Eastern Standard Time? What's the offset of that for UTC?
It's
And
minus.
specifically, I'm sorry, I should be more specific. During the winter, when we're in Eastern Standard Time, as compared to the spring when we spring ahead to Eastern Daylight Savings Time.
You got me because I always mix it up off the top of my head, but it's either 4 or 5 hours minus.
Does it fluctuate back and forth between those two based upon the time of year?
Yes.
Okay. If I may just have a moment, please, Your Honor. So, just to clarify then, Detective, between 4 or 5 hours, depending on the time of the year, that's the difference between where we are now, Eastern Standard Time, and UTC?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you, sir. I believe Defense Counsel may have a few.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I'm Jamie Brooks, and I represent Adam Montgomery, and I just want to get a quick clarification on something. The state talked with you about a phone. ABR 4 is what it's labeled. And the state talked about how there is a Facebook account that was accessed on that phone. Do you understand thus far?
Yes.
Great. So the state then showed messages or Facebook Messenger exchanges from that account. One involved an exchange with a Matthew Gendron. The other involved an exchange with Travis Beach. Do you follow me thus far?
Yes.
Okay. So, but what is not shown is that those messages were physically typed from that phone. Correct? That's not what
Correct.
the evidence shows.
Yes. Well, I don't know if I'm sorry, can you rephrase?
Sure. The evidence does not show that those messages were actually made from that specific phone, ABR4, correct?
Okay. I did not review the messages themselves. I reviewed the account.
Okay. So all that's shown is that the account that had those exchanges was accessed on ABR4.
That's what I reviewed, yes.
Great. Thank you.
Just to clarify, Detective, so you found out that that phone was logged into that account, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was all sitting on the deleted space? Deleted space on the phone? Like the account was no longer there on the phone, you're finding it in this deleted space?
The files that show the account were not deleted, but I don't recall whether the account was actually deleted from the phone. But the files were not. They were resident on the phone.
They were resident on the phone?
Yes.
So you could see them?
Yes.
And this was the phone that was ABR4. Do you know where Detective Bergeron Rosa got it from or not?
Yes, I believe he got it from Eco ATM.
All right, thank you.
Nothing further.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
You'd ask the witness to be excused.
Any objection? Witness is excused.
And Your Honor, excuse me. The state calls Craig Stansel, Officer Craig Stansel.
What was the point of showing the drains if you're not going to talk about what's in the drains? Why do I feel like there's so much cut out of this testimony? It's so confusing.
Watch your stuff in the court.
Thank you.
So you can remain standing. The caller's top.
Thank you.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're going to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat.
Thank you.
Make yourself comfortable. There's some water there.
Thank you.
When you're ready, if you can just begin by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Yep, my name is Craig Stansel. First is C-R-A-I-G. Last is Stansel, S-T-A-N-Z-E-L.
And I've called you Officer Stansel, but can you tell these jurors how you're presently employed?
Yep, I'm currently a juvenile detective with the Manchester Police Department.
So Detective Stansel.
Correct.
What's your current duties or role and assignment as a detective with the Juvenile Division of the Manchester Police Department?
Currently, I'm a school resource officer at Memorial High School, and when school's not in, I'm a patrol officer.
What is a school resource officer?
Officer at the school. We oversee school safety, and we try and bridge that gap between police and youth.
Okay. And you said you also do patrol when school's out.
Correct.
What does patrol look like for you?
Patrol is typical police duties, whatever calls for service might come in, car accidents, domestic incidents, also proactive police work, car stops, things like that.
And how long have you held the position of detective with the Manchester Police Department?
I became a detective in September of 22.
You said September of 22?
Correct.
Have you held any other roles during your time at the Manchester Police Department?
Yep, I started off as a patrol officer.
Were you working patrol back in December of 2021?
I was.
And let me back up for just a moment. Did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did.
What year did you graduate?
I believe it was April of 2020.
Do you remember what class that was?
181.
181?
Correct.
Back in December of 2021, what shifts did you typically work for the police department?
I was working day shift.
What do those hours look like?
7 to 3. 7 to 3:30.
7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m.?
Correct.
And back then, in December of 21, what would happen at the start of each of your shifts?
At the beginning of every shift, we have a roll call with either the sergeant and lieutenant of the day, along with all the patrol officers going on shift.
You said that's at the beginning of your shift?
Correct.
About how many officers typically participated in those?
However many are on duty that day, 15, 20.
And you called it a roll call. What's the purpose of a roll call?
Multi-purpose. We do a systems check. We make sure all our gear is working properly. We'll go over any high priority incidents that may have happened recently, officer safety issues, and sort of things to be on the lookout for.
And when you say be on the lookout for, do you talk about people to be on the lookout for?
Sometimes, yes.
Is there an acronym that goes along with that, a BOLO, for example?
Yes, BOLO.
Be on the lookout for, do those apply to adults as well as children?
Yes.
I want to switch gears. I want to talk about your involvement as an officer with the Manchester Police Department on a case involving a missing child, Harmony Montgomery. Are you familiar with that individual?
Yes.
That name?
Yes.
Can you tell these jurors your role, just generally, your role in participation in that investigation?
Yes. Back in December of that year, I located the vehicle in which he was occupied.
And when you say the vehicle in which he was occupied, who's the he that you're referring to?
Adam Montgomery.
And let's break that down. When did you begin looking for Adam Montgomery? You specifically.
That morning, Be on the Lookout was issued during roll call for a blue, I believe a blue Pontiac with Maine plates that he was associated to.
He being?
Adam Montgomery.
And I want to fast forward just a bit, but did you locate Adam Montgomery that day?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
So, Detective, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual depicted in this image?
I do.
And who do you know this individual to be?
Adam Montgomery.
Do you remember the vehicle you mentioned, the Pontiac with Maine registration?
Yes.
Do you remember the individual that vehicle was registered to?
I don't recall the name. I do recall that it was related to Adam's current girlfriend of the time. I believe it was one of her relatives' vehicles.
Does the name Douglas Small stand out to you?
Yes.
Was that the individual who that vehicle was registered to?
Yes.
And if at any time during this discussion you need to review your report, let me know and I can give it to you.
Roberta.
That name sounds familiar. That's the individual whose vehicle you were searching for that day.
Yes.
Walk us through the course of that morning for you until you, from leaving the roll call that you discussed to finding the defendant. What did you do? What were steps that you took to find him?
So that particular day, my assigned route was Route 11, which is a west side route. I started the morning by checking local area hotels, hotel parking lots for that vehicle. I believe I checked the Econo Lodge and one other hotel on the west side and did not locate the vehicle. I then went to a parking lot where sometimes unhoused people sleep in their cars, and that's where I noticed the vehicle with the Maine registration.
And let's back up just a bit. What was the purpose of what was your purpose of finding the defendant that day?
So the Be on the Lookout was issued during the roll call to locate Adam Montgomery in the hopes of locating his daughter, Harmony, who who family members hadn't seen for approximately 2 years.
2 years. Generally, when you're responding as a patrol person, do you wear any specialized surveillance footage on your person?
Yes, we're equipped with body cameras.
And is that typical of each of your shifts as a patrol officer?
Yes.
Body cam footage, who is that issued by?
I'm sorry?
Your surveillance footage, the body cam footage that you wear, who is that? Who's the issuing body of that? Who gives it to you? Do you get it from the police department? Do you get it yourself?
The camera?
Yes.
The camera is issued by the police department.
So your body-worn camera is issued by the police department?
Correct.
Do you have occasion, in your experience, to review that footage?
Yes. And
in your prior review of body cam footage that you gather during the course of your time as in patrol, is that the footage that's depicted, is it taken at the same time as the events that you're perceiving?
Correct.
And is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
And that recording, does it capture the events as they occur to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
So turning to December 31st of 2021, you were looking for the defendant, you said?
Yes.
Were you wearing your body cam
at
that time?
I was.
And was it running?
Yes.
And prior to your testimony today, have you had an opportunity to review the relevant portion of that recording?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
So, Detective, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 142. And I'm just going to ask that you look at that. What is that item?
USB card.
Okay. Have you seen it before?
I have.
Is there something attached to it?
Yep.
Do you recognize writing on the attachment?
I do.
And what is written there?
My initials.
Did you initial that?
I did.
And was that after having reviewed the portion of your body cam footage from that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID of State's Exhibit 142 and mark it as full and published to the jury.
It can be, the ID is stricken, it is entered as a full exhibit, and it can be published to the jury.
Don't make me a dog-faced lion pony soldier.
There we go. All right. So I'm just going to ask that you turn to the screen behind you. The image that's the still on the screen there, what are we looking at?
That would be the blue Pontiac with the main registration that the bolo was issued for.
And you testified earlier that you found the defendant that day. Where did you find him?
In a parking lot on Harvell Street, adjacent to some softball fields known as Wolf Park.
Wolf Park. I'm just going to start that video up. What was the defendant doing when you found him?
He was sleeping.
And back up for just a second. Were you able to make out an article of clothing that the defendant was wearing?
Yeah, he was wearing a T-shirt that had staff written on the back.
And can you just point at the defendant? You said staff was written on the back?
Correct.
And how about the front of his shirt?
Front says Chorus Banquet.
The individual that you identified as the defendant in this case, out of Montgomery, is that the individual who's on the screen there?
That's correct.
Was there another individual in the vehicle with him?
There was.
And how would you describe that individual?
It was a female asleep in the front seat.
And you testified earlier that it was a blue Pontiac, I believe?
Correct.
Seeing your body cam footage, do you agree that it's blue?
Blue, maybe grayish.
Were there any other individuals in the vehicle with the defendant during your interaction?
Just the female in the front seat.
Fair to say that was your interaction with the defendant that day?
Correct.
Thank you. No additional questions. Your Honor, I pass the witness.
Good afternoon. Just real quick, I think that you said that the parking lot where you found Mr. Montgomery asleep in his vehicle was a place where unhoused people were known to park and sleep?
Correct.
And it's one of the reasons that you check that place, because unhoused people are known to park and sleep there.
Correct.
Thank you.
Nothing further for this witness, Your Honor. I'd ask that he be excused, or I'd strike that. Nothing additional for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, sir, you may step down.
I don't object.
Not
Not
requesting.
asking for- You're not excused, but you may step down. Thank you.
We can approach, please, Your Honor.
Yes?
I don't know who the next witness is going to be, but we've got another approach. Craig Stanzel has stepped down.
Sit down, bitch, sit down.
I think that is the day they brought him in for the interview where he's sitting at that table and he asks for cigarettes and stuff. I think that's the same day, but I don't know why they didn't play the audio. They played the audio in the weapons thing, the weapons trial. No, I have not. I just asked if she's still there. I'm glad you had fun, Kiwi. I had fun too. It was kind of a fly by the seat of my pants little thing, but it was fun. Thank you for participating. I always wanted to be a radio DJ. That was my dream. I'm getting sleepy. It's nap time. Yeah, they let him smoke and everything just to get him to talk. And then he didn't talk. Adam Montgomery is a piece of crap. Piece of crapola. So do you guys like my my clock? The studio is taking shape. It's taking shape behind me. I thought you were talking about my headrest was big.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. It's about
shit!
2:30. And we are going to end for the day today.
They're done for the
I'm going to give you a little
day,
bit of additional
guys.
information where I can. I like to try to give you a little bit of a roadmap about where things stand.
Ooh, maybe we can do Roberta early.
The evidence has come in.
Let's do Roberta sooner.
A little bit more quickly
Hi,
than
Damien.
we anticipated. People do the best that they can in terms of estimating how much time a trial will take. We expect that the evidence will be in before the end of next week, and maybe even closing arguments and instructions. Originally we'd said 3.5 weeks, which would be well into the following week, and then there's periods for deliberation. And we don't try to estimate deliberations. Deliberations take as long as they take, so you need to plan that for that accordingly. But we do anticipate that the evidence will be in before the end of next week. And possibly, as I say, closing arguments, final instructions, and then it would be time to deliberate, and deliberations take as much time as they take. That's the best we can say about that. So I just wanted to let you know that, as I said, I do like to try to give you some roadmap where I can, so
You're doing
that's
a great
additional
job.
information for you. I also want to let you know you've been seeing a lot of exhibits. The exhibits do go back into the jury deliberation room unless there's some reason why we don't send something back. But by and
Exhibit-y.
large, the documentary evidence, the photographs, video, that does go back into the jury deliberation room. Anything that doesn't go back, if you wanted to see it, I would bring you back into the courtroom to see it. So you'll have access to seeing all of the evidence. And as I say, the documentary evidence, things that have been marked as full exhibits, those will be in the jury deliberation room with you. So I just wanted to let you know that as well, because you're hearing a lot of information, you're seeing a lot of information, so I did want you to know what you would have. We are now going to adjourn for the day. I remind you, and I can't say it strongly enough, you're now going to be gone for the next 3 days, because Monday is a holiday. It's a court holiday as well. So you won't be here Monday, but I will have you come back at 8:45 on Tuesday. Do not do any independent research. Make sure that you are avoiding any media about this case. So don't watch anything about it on television. Don't look at anything on social media. Don't discuss it, again, not with each other or with anybody else. You don't want to hear what they have to say about it, and they can't hear what you have to say about it. So right now we just ask you to, keep an open mind, as I said to you at the beginning of the trial. You'll keep an open mind until all of the evidence is in and you are starting deliberations, okay? So don't do any independent research. Don't drive by any of the locations. Don't look up the law. You will get the law from the court in the court's instructions at the conclusion of the case. And as I said to you earlier, you will also have all of that in writing as well. So for now, you've been an incredibly attentive jury. I'm so grateful for the time and attention you've been putting in. So take a rest this weekend, try to enjoy the outdoors, and don't read the papers or the news. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you Tuesday morning, 8:45. All rise for the jurors, please.
Stand up!
Yes, happy birthday, 7.
Are you
How
maybe
cute.
seated?
I know, I'm bummed.
Attorney Gotti, I think you said there may be some additional.
Did, Your Honor, but I think you already addressed it actually at the
Sit down, sit down,
statements about
bitch, sit down.
whether they might have to come back to view some one or two of the exhibits. So you already addressed it. I did also have that date
Elaine.
of birth with regards to the transport order that's necessary, and I can go downstairs and provide that to the clerk's office as soon as we get done here.
It's just if you give it to the clerk here, she can assist. Mike has the rest of the information, but I said they would get the date of birth. But it needs to go into a transfer.
We're muted.
No other transport orders are needed for Tuesday. Okay.
Transport orders?
Yes.
Check.
You look like you're ready to say something.
She always
I
is.
have perhaps 2 issues, maybe just one.
Okay.
Oh, Lord, we
It's
ain't
about
leaving yet.
witnesses that are not on the witness list.
We're not out yet.
During the course of the trial, apparently somebody contacted the tip line, was interviewed, gave information. The state has given us a recording of the interview. We've gone through it, but I have not. We've certainly had somebody trying to go through and see. I don't know, and I don't need to name that person now, I assume. So I don't know if we will be seeking to call this person. It's sort of a puzzle with sequestration when it's actually based on watching, as far as I know, the trial. So that issue, perhaps. And then as far as that sequestration issue, just the entire issue of Attorney Garrity speaking with Kayla Montgomery during the course of the trial.
Who?
Again, I don't know. It's a thing to assess this weekend about whether or not we want to call him. I told you we would be perhaps preparing a motion to revisit the sequestration ruling by you.
So
neither are on the witness list.
Okay. Perhaps that individual could be advised anyway at this point not to continue watching the trial. We would have to, I don't know what, if anything, that person would be saying, so we might have to assess that. Everybody now has the same amount of information, and so I assume everybody could be prepared to deal with it. But if that person could be advised not to continue to watch the trial, I think that would be a good idea.
I guess we could get in touch with that person, Your Honor. Sorry.
We learned of this same individual Wednesday afternoon that Attorney Smith is speaking about, and within about 10 minutes of us getting the report, we immediately provided it over. We're also going to be looking at it, but I can tell you we've had no contact with this person. We'll certainly look at it. I guess we could ask whether or not our advocate could try to locate a phone number and maybe reach out and have her try not to watch anything additional for the sequestration, but we have no contact with this person.
Well, this person there's just a tip line information? This person has not been interviewed?
Detective Ray Hill interviewed her.
They did. Apparently they called the tip line, if I can just summarize briefly, apparently they called the tip line Tuesday after having watched the trial for several days. And in response to the tip line, Manchester Police said, okay, and sent a detective over to interview, or excuse me, I believe she came into the station to be interviewed, provided a statement that was audio and video recorded. The detective wrote that up and forwarded it to us about 3 hours later, along with a copy of the video of the interview. That report, again, 10 minutes after we got it, we sent it over to defense. The video, I'm about to say the state has not actually watched the video yet, but I have no reason to believe it's different than the report. But other than that, the state and certainly the Attorney General's office, we've had no contact with this person. If you are asking us, if you would like us to please reach out to them, then we are happy to be able to do that for the court, to say, please do not watch anything else. But
I guess, Attorney Smith, do you have any feeling about that?
No, I think it's appropriate. I don't know that we have the phone number to do it. I can't recall if it's in the report, so I think
I
it's
think
great.
it can't hurt, right? So I think it can't hurt. So if you have a phone number and someone can reach out to tell that person to not watch.
the state can
or
do that,
read,
Your Honor.
I think it can't hurt, and then we can see where we are. So I would suggest that. In terms of any motion that you're going to file, let me ask you, given where we are, that would need to be filed like immediately, as soon as you possibly can. So where are you in the process of that? I mean, is it something that you could get to the court and to the state over the weekend?
Yes, yes. Oh,
okay.
yes.
So just tell me where you are in that process.
Brainstorming, completing research. We were transcribing the best that we could the disc that we obtained of the bench conference, and I think we can piece it together. I think we will have it this weekend. If you're asking us to have it Saturday, we'll have it Saturday.
I mean, I would like to give the state an opportunity to look at it so they can craft a response, and I would like to look at whatever I can in advance. So we have to figure out, so what I'd like you to do is this. Tell me when you can reasonably get it. I know it's, I guess I want to know so that I can ask the state when they can reasonably get a response.
Sunday?
Okay, and
Your Honor, I guess we'll try to have a response to you so that it's Monday night. Less than 24 hours might be a little bit difficult, but we could try to have it to you Monday night, or at the worst, at least Tuesday morning, so that when you come into the courthouse, it's there for you to be able to review before needing to take the bench.
So can you do this? Email them to each other as soon as they're ready.
Yes.
Just,
Yes.
and email them to Clerk Scanlon as soon as they're ready. And
Oh, yes,
and he, I will speak with him if that's going to be a problem and they need to be emailed directly elsewhere, but that way I'll be able to get access to them, because if you upload them into the system, they won't be processed, so I can't see them. So just when you can, I that would be useful. Any issue that you know of now, other than, the context of your legal issue is just the sequestration issue, right?
And then the fact that there's two potential witnesses that have not been noticed to the jury.
Okay, but I'm talking about the legal issue within that.
Well, I think it would be appropriate to say that it's not just a matter of the sequestration and whether or not that was violated, but it also goes to the issue of exculpatory evidence and Brady and Lori, and what an appropriate remedy would be, either in the form of testimony or possibly an instruction or even both.
Okay, just helps me to be able to, because we're not going to have a lot of time, so we can all be thinking about it even though we haven't seen your pleading. So, okay, so when you can, make sure you get that to the other side, get it to.
What happened? Are you freaking kidding me? What happened?
When you can, make sure you get that to the other side, get it to.
I keep buffering.
When you can, make sure you get that to the other side, get it to.
Is it me or is their stream ended? Their stream ended.
When you can, make sure you get that to the other side, get it to.
Is Law and Crime ended too? Fanny is still going. I'm so confused by this. The only thing that I can gather is that they have two more witnesses. They have a tip that they didn't know about and they didn't do anything with. And then they have another one. And they're supposed to get that to them. Court TV is no longer live. No one is. They're not live anymore. I guess that's it. Yeah, maybe they cut them off because they started talking that. They realized they weren't muted. Yeah, exculpatory evidence. Oh, boy. What is going to happen next? Right. It could be nothing or it could be something. So like I was saying, Tuesday we had the drug dealer. We had Kayla's mom. They showed the car. Did someone remember seeing them in the car or seeing an incident? Who knows? WMUR, thanks. They don't look to be live anymore either. Because Court TV is the pool camera. See, it ended 2 minutes ago. So the only camera in there is Court TV, and then they blast it out to the others. So that's how it goes. Thank you guys for watching today. I think I'm going to do Roberta a little bit earlier because 8 o'clock is kind of my bedtime. So I'm thinking about 4 o'clock. Let's reconvene. I'm sorry to get you nighttime people excited. But you can replay, #replay. But I'm going to wrap this up. I'm going to go nurse my back. And I'll be back here at 4 o'clock and we'll crank out some Roberta deposition. She says a lot of weird shit. And I think you'll get a better insight to Roberta and Brian Laundrie's relationship. It sounds like it was very odd. So I hope to see you guys here at 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Should probably take us about 45 minutes to get through it. So I'll see you guys then. Bye. And we're not back in this case until Tuesday. Tomorrow we're going to be doing Steve Bertolino's, but I'll see you guys in just a little bit. Just a little bit. 30-ish, just a little bit-ish. All right, let's roll our credits. Thanks for all the support today. Bye.
Where do you think you're going? Nobody's leaving. Nobody's walking out on this fun old-fashioned family Christmas. No, no, we're all in this together.
Be sure to check out my other videos and playlists for more true crime content. And if that's not enough, you can join our Patreon. Don't have a tinfoil hat? It's okay. We'll make you one. It's that easy. See you guys in the next video.
See you later. Bye.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
Yeah.
Roberta.
I feel like I just had a bug fly in my throat. I haven't seen any bugs in here. But I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to France, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs. Buying new shoes, hanging about.
You're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Don't want Jennifer or two Jennifers. Thanks so much, Jennifer.